You know what? You can't see that. He's like trying to give me a freaking one thing I got. Freaking IMAX. And you also had I can't make notes about that.
We did all the basketball. And we did like and that can sort of parlay to it's kind of cool. Yeah. There's some neat places around. And there's that fencing machine we always thought like it's kind of intriguing. So that's what my daughter does. She's trying to rock. She got into it, sent her to a summer camp. She is not sporty much, athletic much, and she got into climbing and they're like, this is great. Yeah, trying to rock club's really good.
Yeah.
Whereas on the other hand, attending the camp. Don't worry about it.
Here's the fire. So when you do it, good luck.
But yeah. Oh yeah. But it's better not to. Yeah. But you know, in the real world, that's kind of hard.
Yeah, but I had to cut back a lot.
We don't have to do
They just, you know, everything.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's like kind of.
I've been following. I have not seen that I've been posting, but I haven't seen
So it's gonna be more.
Hey, this breakfast show.
We ready? All right, everybody.
Good morning, okay. Nice. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. It's a great day today in the whole city. Thank you all for being here today. Those of you who are joining on the internet, as well as those who have joined us here in our beautiful Department of Water Management facility out on Miss Lake Drive here in the city of Durham. 9 o'clock on Thursday, March the 2nd, 2022. And today is the first day of our city of Durham City Council budget retreat. And I turn to our clerk and ask her if she will please call the roll.
Mayor O'Neill,
I am you.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton,
I'm here.
Councilmember Caballero is here. Councilmember Freeman,
Present.
Councilmember Wolsey Hyman, Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
and Councilmember Williams. Thank you.
I believe that Councilman Williams is almost here and Councilwoman Rosie Hyman will be here shortly as well. So we will get right to the people's business this morning and turn it over to Mr. John Allore, our Director of Budget and Management Services. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Staff, department heads, city manager, members of council. Thank you for joining us here for our first council budget retreat. We're back. We're live. Very excited. I didn't think we would get here. But we are. No more rehearsing. We know every part by heart. So it's time to get on with the show. A few things we want to discuss to begin with, some housekeeping things, obviously. When we came back live, we wanted to bring back some aspects that we had experienced and we really liked about our virtual process during the lockdown in COVID for the last 3 years. We haven't been together for 3 years. And one of those was the ability to engage this process with the public through the medium of YouTube. So this morning, this is being live streamed for both days on a device called the Allore, which some of you have experienced, some of you have not, which allows us to broadcast in the best manner the conversations, the presentations, the dialogue involving our 2 days of retreats where we will discuss significant budget issues. Some things about that, if you haven't experienced the OWL, I think some of you have, you were here last night for the planning commission meeting. It is very sensitive and tends to pick up everything. Just assume for the day that you are on camera at all times, because it has a very broad reach. It tends to audibly pick up a lot. Heard some comments, there was a lot of eating noises last night, so we want everyone be aware of that. That is very, very sensitive, just so you know. But that is a price of wanting to engage with the public, and we're very, very happy to do that. For those of you who are not with us in person, the City of Durham's website, the Budget and Management Services page currently has our budget process online, and you can go to the webpage this morning and see the agenda for our proceedings this morning. And for every presentation, you can click on the item, and it will take you to a PDF of that actual presentation. So it will remain for our entire budget work through the spring, and so you have those accessible for the time. I'm going to pause at this moment, and our host this morning is the Department of Water Management. I don't think there's a prouder steward of this facility than Director Don Greely, and he's of course here this morning, and I've asked him to say a few housekeeping words about the facility that we're enjoying today.
Thank you, John. Good morning, everybody. Just a few housekeeping rules. As John mentioned with the OWL, we're still getting used to it. For my fellow directors and colleagues in the back, please keep your voices really low because raise your voice a little bit and just quiet more up front, you know, we'll focus on the back. Please be quiet, you know, keep your voice to low. There's 2 meeting rooms up front for business during breaks. If you need to, when you first walk in and just call me for the sex bathrooms up front. For a safety moment in the event, I know we have some inclement weather coming tomorrow, but we get here sooner or later, depending on the weather. If there should be any kind of tornado or anything, please just vacate into the bathrooms across the hall. Staff will open the doors and you go into the walkways, sit there. So, and then one last moment about internet. If you're having trouble connecting the city of Durham to your guests, you can't connect, just forget the network and then try to log back in and it usually works. And the final thing is if you're on Verizon for your phone, the building does act a little bit of a cone of silence for Verizon. We have technology coming, it should be here this month to take care of that. AT&T seems to work well, but if you're on Verizon for your phone, more than likely, if you haven't trouble getting signal, you have to just step outside for a little bit. So we can use our technology. So for that, thank you. Enjoy the next meeting. Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Oh, and microphones will be here, so if for us, if we get asked questions, we have microphones on these tables here, and just answer the microphone as opposed to speaking out loud. Thank you.
Before I turn things over to the city manager, Wanda Page, I'd like to just go over today's agenda, just so everybody knows what we're going to be covering. We will have some opening remarks from the city manager, followed by the financial projections and budget outlook forecasting presentation. We'll take a short break. There are, of course, I think by now you know, refreshments and coffee and water, plenty of water. Behind us here. After the break, we will have a presentation by our Director of Human Resources on recruitment and retention, followed by a presentation by Deputy City Manager Bertha Johnson on an update in conjunction with the NIS department on the half-penny urban green infrastructure, an update on that process. We'll take a 1-hour lunch, and then in the afternoon we'll come back and have a presentation on CIP, the debt model for the city, as well as a potential bond referendum, or the steps in the process would be if you take such a thing. That's by the Finance Director, Flora, and myself, John Allore, Director of Budget and Management Services. And then we will close the day. We will have a facilitated discussion with Alana, Keegan, and Hilary Pollan from TJCOG. Our friends at TJCOG will have a facilitated discussion on City Council budget requests. And then closing remarks, we hope to finish by 4 o'clock because we know we need to turn around and do over and over again tomorrow, which we will. So with that, are there any questions? All right, with that, turn it over to City Manager Wanda Page.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Can everybody hear me? Yes. Great. Well, first, I would like to welcome all city staff. It's beautiful to see you all here. Leaders of this organization. I am so happy to be among the council members and the mayor this morning so that we can share information that is pertinent to some very important decisions that we will all make together. So I am going to open, as is our custom here, our much anticipated budget retreat with a fun, timely, and relevant topic to ignite your creative thinking. I see all the creative people in this room as work on the city's more than $1.5 billion budget begins. You might remember last year, we used the fun word game Wordle, which later became, and really still is, a cultural phenomenon. the purpose was to really give you topics to consider as you think about the budget. This year, we decided to tie our budget talks to something that affects us all, specifically our own pocketbooks and wallets. Over the last 3 years, inflation has been a hot topic. We've all heard about it, read about it. And not just economists have talked about that, like Dr. Walden, who will be joining us to speak tomorrow, but just everyday consumers. We have relied on him, Dr. Walden, for many years to help us better understand our economy at both the macro and the micro levels, and also understand how it affects us as we plan the city's budget. Inflation is now something we tend to all understand at some level. As we've seen the personal and societal effects of inflation, other similar words have creeped into our everyday vernacular, like shrinkflation, where packages of food get smaller but cost the same or even increase. There's also stagflation and pinkflation. Some of you may be familiar, others may not. I'll let you Google those at a later time. The new word I'd like for you to think about has quickly become part of our lives, and it's eggflation. If you're the grocery shopper in your family, you know that exorbitant egg prices have put a dent in our grocery budgets and our diets, particularly if you love eggs. My plate was filled with eggs this morning. And even if you don't, remember that eggs are a key ingredient in those cakes and cookies and so many dishes that we love to eat. If you buy those ready-made dishes like I do pretty much every day, without a doubt, you're paying more thanks to the rising price of eggs. I don't have to tell you that eggs in some areas of the country cost more than a gallon of gas, and you can't really eat gas. But the price has gotten so expensive in some areas of our country that people have decided to get their own chickens. But that comes with space needs and feeding and collecting the eggs, not to mention cleaning up after them. All factors in raising chickens to produce the eggs. Inflation has also scrambled up many health partners offering egg advice from how to tell if an egg has gone bad to alternatives to eggs like those liquid egg products. One piece of advice that relates to our budget message this year is from an article I read about where you should keep your eggs: on the shelf, at room temperature, or in the refrigerator. You might guess that the recommendation is that if you don't plan to use the eggs within a few hours, the safest place to store the eggs is where the temperature is constant and cool, your refrigerator. And that brings me to my theme this morning. Where does the city keep its figurative eggs? There's a saying that I'm sure you all heard at some time in the past, and it is relevant. No matter where you decide to keep your eggs, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Simply put, don't put all your resources in one area. In other words, there's a benefit in having more than one option or one resource from which to choose. So as we talk about the city's budget today, we want you to understand that your city has not put all our eggs in one basket. In fact, we have several baskets with different kinds of eggs. Now let's talk about where we keep our eggs. Our primary egg basket, of course, is the general fund. We all know that this basket primarily consists of our property, our sales tax, and other taxes and revenue. Another basket from which we pull from one time and other major costs is the fund balance basket. As you know, according to city policy, we maintain a 16.7% fund balance. At times, when we've had more than the fund balance requirement, we've used that money for employee bonuses, street maintenance, and other one-time expenses. Another large basket is the capital improvement project basket, our CIP basket, which funds major projects that usually total more than $100,000 and into the multi-billions of dollars, and you'll hear about that today. We've used it for items such as our ERP project, our enterprise resource planning project, our technology improvements, our parks and recreation and trail improvements, our building expansions and renovations, like this building that we're in today, our vehicle replacement, and so on and on. We have been fortunate, as have many other local governments across the country, to receive more than $51.8 million to better our community with the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARP basket, and other federal funding. Today, of the 34 organizations that the City Council has approved to receive ARPA funding, 16 of those agreements have been completed, and 2 are in the process of being finalized right now, providing more than nearly $10 million so far to help those organizations make a difference in Durham in various ways. Other agreements with selected organizations will be awarded in the coming months. Also, City Council recently voted to allocate more than $10 million to ARPA funds for affordable housing. At this point, we have more than $12 million left in ARPA funding that must be obligated by December of 2024. Finally, there are other major grant fund baskets that in many millions, that total many millions, mostly coming from the federal government, agencies such as Transportation Department and Housing and Urban Development Department. I think the mayor and I signed letters for Transportation Department just yesterday to support grant requests, which is an example of the very dedicated work that our employees do to try to find funding that is competitive, and we are competitive legally. I could go on and on, but suffice it to say there are several baskets thanks to our many years of wise budget management, the consistent strength of our local economy, and our aggressive efforts to continue to seek available federal funding and other funding from multiple sources to meet the community needs and wants. With that being said, we must continue to be smart about how we use funding from these baskets. While we have several baskets from which to pay our ongoing one-time and big ticket needs, keep in mind, those baskets are not bottomless. And there are local, state, and federal policies that govern how the funds in those baskets can, and not just can, but must be used. Keep in mind as we consider our work here today, while we don't have the goose that laid golden eggs, we do have several baskets of different kinds of eggs. Now, it is up to us, working together, to pick the right eggs from the right baskets to determine how we fund the many needs that make our community a sunny side up and a better place to live, work, and play. So thank you for allowing me to speak to you this morning, and let's get cracking.
I see what you did there.
Sat up all night trying to figure out how I was going to articulate the problem. My thunder was stolen. I couldn't have said it better myself. We now move to the financial projections and budget outlook portion of our program. I would preface this by saying you all got a preview of this last week at the council work session with the second quarter financial report. So it's good prep, and it was a good foundation for us to begin this. So some of this is review. So I won't spend probably as much time on the front end as I would normally. I will say that today and tomorrow, there's a tremendous amount of financial information to digest, particularly today, which is really focused on the city, and then tomorrow is more focused on horizons and what others in the state are doing, or how we compare in our survey versus other peers and things like that. Normally, we have about 2 weeks to digest all that information. And we're not afforded that opportunity this time. We need to come back tomorrow and get to a point where we adopt some budget guidelines, which is a brilliant document and critical to our budget process. I say this to staff and people, the budget process is like a clock, and the timer starts July 1st, and the clock does not stop until June 21st, 22nd, when we adopt the budget, and that's our state mandated. We have to do that. So the process is always running. So those guidelines are critical, because we know Tuesday we need to load the agenda item in OnBase in order to get some consensus around those guidelines and that. It's not to scare anyone, it's just to tell people where we're at. And we're certainly available as we go through this to answer questions. And now is the appropriate time to ask them. It's just going to be a little compressed. So in going through this, we'll give a recap of last year's budget, everything that we did in that process. We will move on to financial projections and what our budget outlook is going into the end of the year and into next year, and also on a multi-year time horizon, which we always do. And then we'll talk a little bit about what our budget process actually is. First, the recap. You all know this, but people at home may not know this. We adopted about just over just over $1 billion budget in total, largely comprised of the general fund, where the majority of our departments sit, $256 million, and then we have our other, sometimes we call them buckets, financially we call them funds, the largest being the water and sewer fund, debt service fund, which we'll have a lot of talk about, and the interplay between the debt service fund and the general fund, which is critical, solid waste fund, transit, stormwater, inspections, parking fund, the DPAC, the Durham Performing Arts Center fund, ballpark fund. Those are the majority of our major funds. The property tax last year that was adopted was 55.77 cents per $100. A penny on the tax rate. Now it says 3.96. It's more like $4 million. And the breakdown, we split those pennies, as you know. We do allocations to various funds, not all funds, just where financially appropriate. The majority of the tax revenue goes to the general fund. And in that, it's included a half penny for parks and trail maintenance. A portion of that goes to the debt service fund. It doesn't say it here, but a portion of that is the half penny for green, equitable and green infrastructure. The solid waste fund, transit fund, 3.75 cents. The dedicated housing fund, 3.38 cents. A reminder that 2 cents of that is for operations. The 1.38 is to pay the debt service on the $95 million worth of bonds we issued, which is right there. So our revenues, won't spend a lot of time here. We talked about this before. The majority of our revenues comes from property taxes and sales tax, about all funds, almost over 8%. And the majority of our expenditures are towards personnel services. What does that mean? People, the people who make up the organization, who run the programs that provide the services to residents of Durham. just a visual representation of what I said before, of how that breaks down. You see, if you look at it as a $100 bill, the majority of that $100 bill is revenues collected for property tax and sales tax. And then inversely, we talked about personnel, but within the personnel, we have buckets of programs linked by like services, public safety, which is comprised of the police department, the fire department, our community safety division, our emergency communications department, make up more than half of that $100. Community building, things like community development department, neighborhood improvement services, OEWD, economic development department. That's that bucket. Public services would be things like public works, solid waste, outward facing things. And then the smaller portions are administration, folks like ourselves, budget, finance, technology solutions, and then governments, which would be the clerk, the city attorney's office, the city manager's office, and city council. This slide you saw last week, so the story to take away from this is what is Q2 doing currently versus Q2 last year, and you can see we're doing better, which is what we would have expected to see. These slides tell a story, and I don't want you to misinterpret the story. This is very beneficial because it shows how we did over the last 5 years. So the blue is the end of year, which means the actual revenue collected. The yellow is what is budgeted, what we predicted would happen. And then there's one green, and of course that's year to date, because we don't know what's going to happen in the current year. We can only forecast what's going to happen. But beginning with the property tax revenue slide here, I don't think there's too many surprises with this one. We budgeted conservatively through the COVID years, and we did better than we thought we would do. That's what it's telling me. And it's a similar story with sales tax. When we move to this, we budgeted conservatively through COVID, and we did extremely well. This was unpredictable. I think when we were in this room 3 years ago with Dr. Walden, who we'll see again, there was a lot of conservative forecasting around sales tax. Nobody knew what people were going to do in lockdown. Of course, nobody knows what people are going to do with their spending behaviors. And it turns out that they just spent in a different way, and sales tax continued to grow as it does this year. It's these last 3 slides that I find particularly interesting. They are smaller revenues, things like occupancy tax and power bill revenues and charges for services do not make up a lot amount of our budget, about $20 million of our budget, but it's significant because what it is pointing to is not rapid growth. I wouldn't want you to misinterpret this, but it is pointing to a recovery. We saw many years with occupancy tax under COVID where people were coming to the hotels and eating in restaurants, but now we're seeing that they are. The mid-year projection is more than what we budgeted last year, and it's pointing towards a return of about $3 million, which is where we were pre-COVID with occupancy tax. It's a similar story with power bill revenues, which comes from the state, helps to repair our roads. We budgeted conservatively through the COVID years for this. And the predictor, we got very, very good in some cases with those numbers. But then last year we saw a spike. We collected more than $1 million than anticipated. And we still went conservative based on advice from the department and the state, and we're still seeing an aggressive return. So we're watching that. It's very good news. And then finally, charges for services. These are the fees the departments charge for programs and things like that. Parks and rec fees, things in public works, street cutting permits, things like this. And again, we're seeing a recovery here, which is very good. It feels like back to business, but I wouldn't want anybody to say that it is aggressive anymore. It's back to business, and it's very good news. So our January revenue status overall, and when we look at property tax from this lens, we're not just looking at property tax in the general fund. We're looking at property tax in all those funds I talked about. So the debt service fund, dedicated housing fund, et cetera. We're at about mid-year, about 71.4% to budget. That's where we should be. The majority, people's tax bills are due around January 6th. So this is when the money comes in. We should see the tail end of that. What it tells me is that people pay a little early this year. They usually do in Durham, city of Durham. So it's very, very good news. Sales tax is very good news. You know, it may look only like 35%, but there's a lag in the collection of sales tax by 90 days. So when you look at mid-year with sales tax, you're really just looking at July, August, September. So we're in very, very good shape there, as we are with all the others. The outlier here is intergovernmental revenues, 17.4%. What's that about? It's simply about a very large county payment that wasn't collected at that time. If it hasn't been collected by now, it's going to be collected. It's a bill that is not collected. Planning and development fees, because they are very good at forecasting on what's going on in the community and in the building environment. Again, planning development fees are very strong. Moving over to inspections, strong, but a spike last year in FY22. These are mid-year numbers that you're seeing here, and what the department is saying is that we're kind of returning to the norm with the 3.3 million inspection permits. What are our peers doing? This is a chart that is prepared by the city of Raleigh on all of our behalf, so it's Raleigh-centric, that's why it's in green, that's why they're showing. But it kind of shows you where we stand in all of this against our peers. You see Durham there towards the bottom, you see the 0.5577. The median value of a home, of course, that skews numbers. If you have varying median values for homes, so I wouldn't interpret too much into this chart, but it's always good to have it as a baseline reference. And then this is kind of a cost chart that we show of, what is the value of our tax dollars. You see Durham sitting there right in the middle. Customer cost for Chapel Hill being the highest, Winston-Salem being the lowest. And there's a lot of variables and factors that go into this, and they're not all apples to apples. So I would read this chart with a grain of salt. We do the best that we can in making it a comparative comparison, but it's not always, So the budget outlook. So that's kind of a recap of where we are. So based on mid-year, where are we going? Well, our initial forecast is a deficit of $6.1 million. I wouldn't worry too much about that number. We've had gaps like that before. However, I wouldn't take it casually either. I would say overall that we sometimes at this point in the year go a little conservative on revenues because we're careful people. And not that we go aggressive on expenses with forecasts, but there's a lot of things that are not loaded into this yet, is what I'll say. So that is a number we've been accustomed to before, is what I'll say. And I say that because there was a similar number in a local paper with a similar municipality, and the way they interpreted it, I interpret it differently for our city. We received approximately 109 budget requests from departments for a total of 25 million. We received 25 budget requests from City Council, over 44 million, and we'll have greater discussion about that this afternoon. I don't want to spend too much time on that now. And a reminder, as the city manager reminded us earlier, the general fund best practice is that one-time expenses, we spend a lot of time talking about what's reoccurring and what's one-time, because reoccurring, you have a bill that needs to be paid forever, particularly in FTE, when you take on a new employee, that's usually a 30-year commitment. A one-time expense, like a department needs a generator or something like that for $50,000. I don't want to say that $50,000 is easy money to find, but it's easier than the FTE. So just to keep an eye on, because we're going to get to what our fund balance position is, that fund balance, the recommended practices for one-time expenses. Our development process for the budget, where are we now? We had a kickoff in January. It was virtual. It was our last virtual event. We hope to do the remaining of our process in person. We like this very, very much. So when we meet with departments, and we'll get to that, city manager meets one-on-one with each department, that'll be in person. That will improve the quality of the discussion and the engagement. It just does. When we meet with you again in May, we hope that that is in person. That is our plan, to have it in person, which we did last year. So just a little bit of where we are. Today is March 2nd, so we're at our retreat. We are moving towards the first public hearing on the budget on Monday, March 20th. I would insert in here, and it said later, is the adoption of our budget guidelines, which falls, I believe it's early April is the day that happens. May 15th, the city manager will present the proposed budget as usual. Before that date, the city manager will meet one-on-one with all of you to preview what is in the budget, to take the temperature of that. May 24th and 25th will be our city council work sessions on the budget, in which we will discuss the recommendations, the revenue forecasts, the CIP recommendations, and critical departmental needs will come in those discussions. We will have our second public hearing in June. If you don't know about the public hearing, that is the one that is required by law. Manager presents the budget and then the proposed budget, and the public has the right to weigh in their comments, their thoughts on that budget. That's what that one is. The first one we do not have to do. We offer it again because we're open government, we're transparent, and we want the public's at that point their comments on budgetary needs. And then finally we move on June 20th to the city council, the adoption of the budget and the capital improvement plan. I'm not going to discuss all that. This is granularity of what I just said, and it is there for your reference. I will just point out the city council adopts budget guidelines is April 4th. Is this how it works?
Just one correction on it.
Yes.
For Friday, the February the 17th.
Correct.
I just want to make sure you.
Yes, that jumped, and I think the slide at some point said departments will will submit their budget by February 20th. Obviously, that's already happened. We're in the process of analysis, which I will get to. Next steps. There it is. I knew it was somewhere. So that has already happened, and what is happening now is we are assembling that information and analyzing that information. That is the bulk of the analyst's work for the next month, to analyze what's coming and make the best recommendation in conjunction with departments, so that we can prioritize the requests, because there's too many, we can't do them all. So we want to take a critical eye and make a recommendation on what we think is best for this coming fiscal year, FY24. We always do, we continue to do budget and equity analysis through Sharon Williams and the Equity Inclusion Department. That continues to be, don't have the time to go into it, but that continues to be a great success story. The amount of work that is done around that and how it has been revised and fine-tuned in the last 3 years. We do a parallel process with CIP requests, and that is going extremely well as well. I sat in yesterday on the CIP meeting for the transportation department's capital requests, and it was awesome. The amount of detail about location of projects and the equity score and how that all fits in to the work we do and the vision we have strategically. I'm trying to find a way to share it with you because it's great. So again, I said this, we're gonna review requests, we're gonna do the analysis. Performance measurement comes into play this tremendously. We do a whole lot of work in something called Data Hub, which is really our warehouse for storing measures. Sherry Metcalf in our department kind of stewards all of that work, and departments do a tremendous amount of work benchmarking the work that they do so that we can measure whether something is performing efficiently or at peak or underperforming, and all of that goes into the soup of the analysis. And then we make recommendations. So in summary, with our revenues, we're on target, and in some cases we're exceeding target. And then with our expenses, we're projecting that, and you saw this in the Q2 report, that departments are going to come in at budget, or in many cases under budget, and a lot of it has to do with vacancies, and you'll hear more about that after me when the HR director talks a little bit about that. And then we make assumptions based on the multi-year plan. I'll get to that. And just a reminder again that we have a $6.1 million deficit at this point in time. That's the projection, so we're clear FY24. That is not the projection for the end of fiscal year. End of fiscal year, you saw last week, the projection is a surplus. Don't want to leave out the multi-year projection, because all of this work that we do in forecasting has repercussive effects on what happens in future years. And this is the multi-year plan for the general fund, which again is comprised of almost half of our budget, $260 million. And what you're seeing there, I would just focus on the red. And you see growing deficits over the year, not to panic. The red is being driven by decisions we made having to do with employee pay and benefits last year, and that will continue to grow. And I would remind you again what I said before, we are conservative in our revenue projections. So that's a barometer. We're not saying we're going to realize those deficits. And this kind of gets to what I was saying. We always project conservatively with property tax. Our base is 3%. If you remember last year's adopted budget, we budgeted 6% based on what we were seeing economically. So that number will change, and that's 50% of our revenue. Sales tax, just for the year we're in, for the current year, is 11%, but we always move back to a conservative position of 5% until we have more information, and then we up the lever. Occupancy tax, it's a 3% increase. You saw that spike, we might want to adjust that because we've seen a slow return with growth there. And then charges for services, again, we see a recovery, it's 2.9, the right number, do we need to adjust that? That's all the work that we do between now and June. The major assumptions of what is driving the $6.1 million gap. We talked about pay and benefits, that's certainly one, but there are others. Our general services maintenance, that has always been a component of the budget guidelines. And we set a goal many years ago of getting to $1.2 million to address our maintenance needs. We arrived at that, and we're going to continue with that. General services might have a different number now, might have a different stretch goal. That's something we're going to discuss, but that is something that we put in the guidelines, and it's something we want to continue to work for. Streets. Decision was made very, very early on. You will see this tomorrow in the resident survey. I don't want to steal the fire, but streets continues. It has always been a priority in the city. So we took the step right out of the gate to put an additional $5 million dedicated towards streets. That number is you usually see 6, with 4 coming from fund balance for a total of 10. This year it's 11 plus 4 for a total of 15. You will see this afternoon the department's request for street maintenance is 20 million. So we're not there yet, but we thought out of the gate, let's address this. Let's address this right now. And then there's the, as I said, continuation. The other thing, it's not a big thing, but it's something you should be aware of. Election costs, we roll in and out of paying from the fund balance. Happens every 2 years. We obviously don't want to lock up $600,000 every year if you don't need it. So we kind of roll that in and out of the budget every second year and pay for it with our fund balance proceeds. There's not a whole lot to say about benefits. It's extremely important, but there's not a lot of change from last year. Health insurance in the current fiscal year was a 5.9% increase. We see it that spiking up. In future years, we anticipated that. We knew we weren't going to stay at 5.9 forever. The Human Resources Director might have more to say about that when she presents. Dental insurance actually decreases. You normally see 5% for that number. It's going down. 401k contributions remain the same at 5%. The local government retirement system increased to 12.85%, which is 0.75% more. It always increases by increments of 0.75%, so there's nothing there. It's a slightly larger percent for public safety. If you need to know, just ask me. I just don't know. Major assumptions. FY24, we're not proposing any tax increase at this point. The same numbers, so that's another reason why 6.1 is we didn't assume anything. We would never do that. And then what is in the budget is obviously a pay increase. We want to keep competitive, so continue a step plan of 4% non-sworn and 5% for sworn. That's usual. That's usually the number of what we deal with, but it drives a lot of our costs. Now here's the slide. Here's the slide. This is fund balance. So again, the policy is to keep a reserve of 12%, but then we go a little more aggressively in Durham, and we say we want to keep the target level at 16.7% in reserve as a cautionary measure. But the amount above that 16.7 that is fund balance surplus at this point is $30 million. Is $30 million. Where is that coming from? Usually it's 20, 23, whatever. Vacancies. Tremendous amount of vacancies. So we have a surplus because we're not spending the money on salaries that we would. That's really, with many other things, in some cases, collecting more revenues, but that is the prime driver, I would say. And vacancy is a problem we are going to solve eventually. So it's not like this is forever. So, and that's why you don't budget $30 million for reoccurring things, because it's going to go away. And the city manager phrased it very eloquently in her opening presentation that this can be careful how you use this. We need to be careful how we use this. Because on a previous slide, we saw the amount of requests from departments and the amount of requests from council, and we solicited those requests. We're glad we did it. And some of them are one-time in nature, but they can't all be addressed. The finance director will move this afternoon to the capital improvement plan and the debt service fund. Debt service can't pay for all of the demands that are coming in for capital needs. So that also is a potential source for some of those capital needs. I would close by saying, I think that is exactly why the city manager said, take in all the information and choose wisely. Choose wisely. Some of this I just said, what is not yet included, new budget requests, new CIP requests, any additional pay plan structures. We know it's a competitive. People are trying to solve the vacancy problem, so they're trying to do very aggressive things. Do we want to do aggressive things? And then council budget requests. That is what I have for you this morning on the subject of financial forecasting and budget outlook. I hope it was informative and gave you the information you need so you can continue to ask questions and make your decisions. Thank you. There are no questions. Oh, yes. Councilmember Freeman.
I'll say that my main question, and I'm hoping. Thank you. So my main question, backwards to forward, with that $30 million surplus in your role as budget manager or budget director, can you give us some guidance around whether we should be looking at more of a debt pay down versus an investment versus just hold steady? And if you've got some metrics or rubric you're using to figure that out?
Well, again, yes, we are prioritizing requests. As I said, they're going to make recommendations about what is the best thing and what is the best thing to do that people are presenting in FY24. And some of it will be one-time in nature. So there will be a prioritization there. There is also a prioritization on capital. It's not a debt pay down. Finance director might like that. But I would think I would say investment in capital, because there's so much demand. There's so many capital needs. You'll see it. It is the request that came in for CIP projects this year was double what we saw last year. And it's not frivolous stuff.
And on the CIP project, I just wanted to know if the element of essentially the projects that were remaining on the list because they didn't quite rise to the priority level, if that's been addressed, so that I know I used to be able to just tell by red light, green light, but I don't know that I'll be able to see in the report that you share if those projects that were left from 5 years ago are now done, like moving up or not. And so I just want to make sure that it does happen if it's not.
The normal way we do that is we ask departments to come back and ask again. And that's what we saw yesterday, particularly in transportation. They would phrase it, say, we asked for this last year, we're asking again. So they're not getting forgotten, and they're not going nowhere.
And is there some prioritization, some asterisks, or some way that we're noting that this is a project that's from last year, 2 years?
Yes, yes.
Different from last, like just asking.
Something, is something new or is something continuing to be asked and shouldn't be asked for again? Is another question. There's not a lot of those.
Good. And just lastly, in the presentation, I was trying to figure out in the June budget projections, it looks like you have a projection and an actual versus a budgeted amount. And I just wanted to make sure that the budgeted amount was added to that slide. That's all.
I know what you mean, we can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Good morning, Madam Mayor, honorable colleagues, everyone in the room. I always look forward to this part of the presentation. It's such a great primer and context setter for our conversations. We do really well in collection of property taxes, but I was really heartened to see the upward swing also in hotel and occupancy rates. We're on our way back. This is a well-managed city. This is really heartening report. We've got some critical decisions to make. One quick point, I do want to say something about the deficit, the gap, because when that hits the public square, a lot of people every year, without fail, there are residents and citizens who say, "Oh my God, we have a deficit. You know, we've got a gap." And we understand what it means in this room, but I think it's important to say to folk who are listening outside of the room that it's an intellectual paper gap, that it's the difference between our aspirations and what will actually be. We're statutorily compelled to pass a balanced budget. We will pass a balanced budget. We have to. So to the folk listening out there, again, when you hear gap, that's because right now we're asking for more than we think we're going to make. And we've got that. This is what these conversations are for, to pare that down, and we will come out with a balanced budget, as we always do in Durham. So I just wanted to put that out there for folk that may be listening. You know, we kind of each year when we talk about the rules, if you will, the guidelines for fund balance, it's a one-time cost. And you know, you and I, John, have had conversations about this. The $4 million for street maintenance is a one-time cost every year. So the you know, from a nomenclature point of view and a transparency point of view, I'll put it out there again. I don't know if the word's fitting, but I always pause there because yeah, it's one time every year, which I think is the definition of regular. So that it warrants some
I was
conversations.
prepared for that question.
I know you were. This is part of the dance, right? And
Yeah,
go ahead.
It's becoming reoccurring. And we added $5 million as well. It's always sort of like, well, can we go a little bit more, but not commit to it reoccurring because we don't know how long that fund balance is going to last.
Right.
So I think with the 5 million, we heard you, but then we stretched a little further.
Gotcha. Nothing wrong with stretching. I ain't mad about it. And finally, the 1.38 on debt service I've been accustomed to saying 3 pennies per house. Has that been indexed? Was it 1.38 when we originally passed it, or was it was okay. I thought it was a penny, but that's fine. You know, I need to start saying 3.38 rather than 3. Sorry. Rather than 3 pennies on the housing fund. But thank you so much. This is a good picture and a good starting point for us to engage in these discussions. And like I said, we will do the hard work, and we will come up with a budget, a brilliant budget. Just, you know, almost, I guess we're approaching almost 600 million soon before, you know, in our near future, which is amazing. So thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. If there are no other questions, I think everybody would like a break, so we'll take 15 and come back.
Well done.
Come back at 9:15.
Google.
All right. I think we're back. I know we're live on YouTube, so we're gonna get started. Just a quick thing. I see members of the public here at the very back, and I want to welcome you. We haven't had that in a while, and it's great. And you are welcome here. And if you didn't hear, we have coffee and things, and you're welcome to that as well. If we run out, we'll figure out what to do. It's not a problem. But thank you for joining us today. And I'm going to turn it over to Robin, who's our HR director, who's going to talk a little bit about recruitment and retention.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Are you still worried about Wanda's egg joke? Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So much better, so much better. My name is Wynn. I'm the Director of Human Resources for the City of Durham, and I've had the pleasure of serving this role since June of last year. And I will tell you, one of the things when I came into the role was to really look at some of the key things that we need to focus on in the immediate future to address organizational problems. And I remember my first one-on-one with City Manager Page, and the very first thing we talked about was recruitment and retention. And so that's why I'm here today. So I said good morning, but I want to make sure I officially say good morning to Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager Page, and everyone who is assembled either here and online. So I'm sure you have all heard the phrases, the Great Resignation and quiet quitting, especially in the media of the last 3 years. It should come as no surprise that recruitment and retention have been a topic of discussion for many public and private sector employers for the last few years. Many have said it's a COVID-related issue. Some it's a number of other reasons why. But whatever those things are, we know that we're in a new position, we're in a new place. I can say comfortably, gone are the days where we could post a job and get 100 people to apply. I know I've been in HR for 30 plus years. I know I don't look it. But I will say that, I remember posting jobs in the late 90s and seeing the lines of people outside the door to submit their applications. Those days are different now, with the use of technology and the use of other mediums and certainly more opportunities for people. We're starting to see those numbers significantly drop, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. But on the heels of COVID cases declining and employers making plans for employees to return to work and trying to fill vacancies, many employers have been faced with a very difficult challenge. And today I want to spend a few minutes talking about that challenge, and that is the inability to recruit and retain talent. Next slide, please. I just tested that. All right, thank you. All right, so Anthony Klutz coined the phrase the Great Resignation in May of 2021. And he talked about that phrase and he brought that up to really describe the sudden wave of people quitting their jobs due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which forced people to think differently about where they work, how they work, and why they work. That impact and that trend continued into 2022, and we saw turnover numbers reach a brand new high. For example, at the highest level in the United States, in November of 2021, we witnessed 4.5 million people quit their jobs that month. And throughout 2021, we saw an average of 3.9 million people do the same every single month. Those trends continued into 2022, as summarized by JOLTS, which you see here on my slide, which is an acronym for the Job Openings and Labor Turnover Survey. And that's conducted by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. So how does that impact the city of Durham? How does that impact municipalities as they try to fill positions? Next slide, please. Before I get to the answer or to a recommendation on that, I wanted to first describe what the word market means as it's displayed here. The word market here means that it's the job market, it's the labor market. It's where employers go to find employees. And so the market continues to be dynamic. It's not like going into Walmart where you know where everything is when you go into your favorite Walmart. The labor market is not a physical space, but it's more of a concept. And that shifts on a regular and continual basis based on the needs of the employee and or the potential employee and based on the economy. We're seeing the market change at a very significant rate right now. We are seeing applicants and candidates have different expectations about work. They expect higher salaries. Maybe it's about Wanda's eggs, I don't know. But they're expecting higher starting salaries. They're expecting more time away. They want more vacation on the front end. They want hybrid work opportunities. They want greater work-life balance, which translates to an 8-hour workday and no work on the weekends. So we're starting to see a lot of those changes that have really kind of came about as a result of COVID. Next slide, please. So what does that mean for the workforce? So if the market is having different expectations, then there's a difference in the workforce as well. Public sector employees are resigning and leaving to work in the private sector. In the old days, you would hear, don't leave a job, don't go to a job. No, don't leave a job not unless you have a job. Well, we're not seeing that anymore. We're seeing people just leave and not necessarily have an opportunity that day, but it's pretty quick before they find something else. So we are seeing some changes there. We are seeing where the public sector can no longer, or we can't compete with private sector salaries. And would you all agree with that? We just can't compete with that. We can't compete with their benefits, and we can't compete with one of the most popular perks, which is remote work. So what does that mean? Next slide. Just to continue before I ask my question, demand for specific skills is at an all-time high. Finding engineers, people with maintenance skills, CDL drivers, those positions are on our hard to fill list. I was looking at the Engineer Outlook report last night, and I learned that engineers, people are not necessarily going into the engineering field at the rate that they used to. So that creates a shortage in the market when we're trying to find them. So how are employers dealing with that? I was looking, as I said, I was looking at the news, well, I was doing research yesterday, and there are a couple of employers that have kind of band together to do engineering job fairs, and where they're only going to go after a target audience. The bonuses, the sign-on bonuses for engineers. There are a number of different initiatives to try to attract people that are in difficult to fill environments. CDL drivers is another that we organizationally are working really hard to try to fill. CDL drivers right now, on the market as a new graduate can expect salaries between $80,000 and $100,000. So what does that mean for us? I'm sure if Chief Andrews I'm sure she can provide many insights on the challenges faced with trying to hire police officers. I'm sure there are a number of reasons. If she was here standing in my place, I know she's there, but if she was here, I know there would be many reasons and explanations that she can provide on why it is difficult to fill police officer positions right now. There are a number of articles out there that talk about such topics as generational differences in how police officers are viewed 20 years ago to today. There are articles out there that talk about the public perception's impact on officers and the field of police work as another potential impact on the reason why the market has shifted drastically for hiring police officers. But those challenges are not necessarily unique to us. Next slide, please. The city of Durham, like every other employer, is facing many challenges. At the time that I prepared this deck, we had 475 open positions, resulting in a 17.2 vacancy rate. And I prepared this deck about 2 weeks ago. I looked at our dashboard just this morning, and we now have 559 open positions, resulting in a 19% vacancy rate. That's a big number, and we are working hard. Everyone in this room, I know, is working hard to get their positions filled. And there is a lot of work left for us to do. Next slide, please. Employee turnover, and just for definition, is the percentage of employees that leave your organization during a given time. So we talked about how difficult it is to hire people, but now we have people here and now they're saying, I want to go and do something else. I want to leave the organization. And the reasons why, we actually do exit interviews, and the reason why is, it's a long list of the reasons why people leave. It could be everything from meeting family needs to more money or reverse. But the city of Durham closed FY22 at a 15.9% turnover rate. And I put this slide together so that you would see the visual. Since COVID, and I went back to FY20, our turnover rate continues to increase. So there are some things that we have to do internally to work on getting our people to stay. Next slide, please. There are, as I said before, recruitment and retention issues are not unique to the city of Durham. As I said in my opening, it is recruitment and retention are two of the biggest challenges that employers will face in 2023. There are a number of different lists that you can look at. What are the trends that HR should focus on? What are the trends that the CEO should focus on? And every year I look at those lists when they're published in December, because that formulates the work that we do as an HR department. And at the top of every list was recruitment and retention. And I won't even call it bad news, just the news, is that those numbers are not going to change in the next couple of years. The work is going to continue to be difficult for us to change, to actually get people in and to retain people. And the reason for that, the reasons are many, but there are a couple of things that the Triangle J Council of Governments, which is a group local to North Carolina, our area, they actually they're working on an initiative right now. And that initiative is called a Public Workforce Initiative. And it is designed to assist local governments across the region as they continue to face, and I'm going to use their word, unprecedented challenges in the recruitment, retention, and supporting the well-being of the workforce. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Next slide, please. The survey was conducted late last year, in the summer of 2022. It just hit when I first arrived. They partnered with RTI International to conduct a survey of over 300 public sector managers in our region to get a foundational understanding of the impact of the state of the workforce on local governments. The results of the survey are key drivers in this new initiative. And there were 6 trends identified, but for the sake of time, I'm not going to talk about all 6. I'm only going to highlight 3. One is wages are a driving force in the reasons why people leave. Staff are working beyond their normal hours and responsibilities. Most local governments have not scaled back services due to limited capacity. It is more difficult to recruit. Concerned that staff are not highly valued by constituents and elected officials. And public safety continues to face unique challenges. Again, for the sake of time, I will not cover all of those. So I'm going to cover the first one, number 2. Next slide. Wages are a driving factor. 72% of those surveyed cited wages are an obstacle to recruiting and retaining staff. And typically that means that our salaries are coming in low. So people are leaving to go to a higher salary. 64% cite wages as a primary reason why they leave. We see that as well. But only 47 agree that comp and benefits can compete with the private sector. That means that only 47% of those that surveyed felt like we can compete. So there's still some work to do there in order to compete with the private sector. Next slide, please. Staff are working beyond their regular hours and responsibilities. 81% agree that staff are working responsibilities but beyond their current role. And that's primarily because of agencies. So I may have to take on a little extra work. I may have to do a few other things. 70% agree that staff work overtime or extended hours. However, only 28% of the people of the municipalities that were surveyed have agreed to had to cut back on services because they could not staff. So in that regard, we are paying very close attention to those challenges because it could potentially create new challenges, such as employee burnout. How long can you work overtime? How many hours can you actually do before you're just burned out and can do no more? And then you get frustrated and leave. Lower morale, especially if I have to work a lot of long hours and I don't see an end in sight. And then also the impact of overtime on workplace injuries and accidents. So all of those are variables that are definitely impacted by overtime. And I think a lot of times we think, well, employees are excited about working overtime because they're making this extra money. And I think that works for a period of time until they're not. So what do we do about that? And the next slide, please. It is more difficult to recruit in the public sector. As I've said, it has been challenging. As I said, I've been in HR a really long time, and I remember I could walk into a grocery store and hand my business card to someone, and they're calling me and saying, hey, tell me about your opportunities. Now I can't do that. It's really difficult for me to even get someone to take my card. Because either they're in a good place where they are, or the public sector, the thought of working in the public sector is not clear to them and they don't really understand. I know we are working hard to kind of change that narrative, but it's important for people to understand the value that you get when you work in public service. But I do want to draw your attention to something, and that's the second bullet. Competition from the public sector makes it difficult to recruit. Wages, lack of skilled workers, and then housing affordability. Now, I know that's not my wheelhouse, and I will not spend time here, but housing affordability did come up as one of the reasons why. I can say in my career that I've had people accept positions, do the research about moving here, and then realize I can't afford to live there, and then they try to staff. So there are some things that we need to think about, as I'm hoping all of you are thinking about as you have your conversations. Next slide, please. So in summary, we are doing things. We're going to continue to focus on supporting the hiring managers, by creating and identifying and partnering with them on innovations that work when they need us to do that. This summary really just mentions a few of the initiatives and business practices that we're engaged in to move us forward. And I do know that John actually brought up a couple, and that is around evaluating our benefit programs and the offerings. Certainly we are doing that. We are also looking for new and creative ways to attract and retain. Our most recent effort is our upcoming job fair event. And we are focused on other opportunities that will help us deal with this problem. And this was a high-level overview, and next slide. Oh, I got questions. So with that, are there any questions, thoughts? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I saw hands.
Thank you, good morning. I appreciate the presentation. This is just a question for staff in general. I really appreciated all the slides, all the information we hear a lot, especially the housing affordability. I've heard that it's becoming increasingly challenging for the city of Durham to hire folks who are maybe moving from out of the area and then seeing the cost. Some of the things that I have curiosity about, we set the formula for a living wage many, many years ago at this point, and that was set at $15 an hour, if I'm not mistaken, it was 27 or 15.46. And there's a formula that increases, but I do feel at some point we're going to have to up that floor because the cost of housing, cost in general has increased. And so while it's not a conversation maybe for today or this budget cycle, I do think while our formula does increase every single year, the basis of that formula at some point is going to have to increase to much higher if we're going to compete. And I want to just go ahead and say that. I don't think we're going to be able to bring people in even close to $18 an hour now. It's going to have to be higher, and I know that has a huge impact on our forecasting. And I wanted to say, as a council member who may not be here when that decision gets made, that $17 an hour in the city of Durham isn't enough. And the second thing I'm curious about, when I think about this with like the engineering, have we thought about, Riverside has an engineering program. It's a high school. 50% of their students end up at NC State. A&T has a massive engineering program. Are we thinking about helping folks pay for college if they will commit to working for the city of Durham? Are we allowed to do things like that? Because if I think about the cost of college for an average North Carolina resident, it's a lot of money. And are we potentially, these kind of grow your own strategies? I'm sure, Wanda, you're a genius, and I know you probably thought about all of it, but these are just some of the things I'm curious about.
So first, thank you for the question. I did want to pop in because we have made, progress since we started the minimum livable wage, and we updated every July 1st. Robin may actually have the number. And I have it this July 1st, but it is something that while John's presentation did not show market adjustments, we already know from our preliminary calculations that our pay ranges that we have in the city, that there will be at least one or two pay ranges that will have to be increased, even though that's not included in the projections, because it will be below the new minimum livable wage, and that's a structure that we do not permit in our organization. So I wanted to respond to that, and we've updated it every year. About the creative ways that we are within the governmental structure that we have, that we are trying to make sure that we are at the front of the line to get the resources that are there. One of the things that we can do for employees or potential employees is sign-on bonuses. They're, certainly, paying for, someone's education. I got the city attorney sitting here. Most likely that is not something that the city government could actually do. But certainly as people are, financing their education, we do have and we're constantly looking at ways to recruit people and a sign-on bonus. You've heard about them in the news. There are sign-on bonuses for hard to fill positions, sometimes that are $15,000 or $20,000 per position, which a dollar is a dollar. If, someone's going into a hard to fill position, it's likely that they may be able to get a sign-on bonus when they go into the workplace. Obviously, from the government, we have ways of making sure that it's not just a transaction, that it's someone who wants to, be in public service and they may earn that bonus over a period of retention. But we certainly already have some of that in the organization, and we know that we have to continue to be innovative in that space.
Councilman Caballero stole many of my questions, but I guess I can dig a little deeper. What does the talent pool look like coming out of the college, university, or higher learning setting?
What we are able to recruit, we do attend job fairs, we do recruit. Our challenge has, mostly around business administration. Actually, they're seeing a spike, according to survey data, they're seeing a spike in that. One of the other parts of the report that I read last night is in some cases, in some areas, they're starting to see a decline in the number of young people choosing to go into higher education, which is creating we're creating shortage that they're predicting around 2027 in terms with students with those with college level skills. So in the article, it talked about how organizations really will need to reconsider when a degree is important in the work.
That was going to be my next question. Are we adjusting our criteria to meet the trend of the market in regards of who is eligible?
Yes, the short answer to that is yes. In my short time here, we have had those conversations, and in a couple of positions, we have done that. And we really follow the lead of the hiring manager and what they're seeing and what their needs are, and then we follow our process and we will make those adjustments if we need to.
Cool. Two more quick questions.
Sure.
So one, I think this could be something that we could take on at the league municipalities, at least bring it to their attention, because it's affecting us wide. But I know the exit survey addressed, some of the reasons why people leave, but do we know where they're going, like to other industries, or is it direct same industry type of job?
Primarily, we're seeing them go to private sector opportunities.
And lastly, I would love to, again, from the league's perspective, look at what is legally possible, because the teaching fellows program is a method in which you get that scholarship and you get it by committing to teaching in the public school sector. If you don't, you have to pay it back. But that is a statewide initiative. We don't have the same muscle that the state does, but that's something I'd love to dig into a little more. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Good morning. Good morning. So I have three different things. So first of all, thank you for your presentation, but also speaking to, coming from higher ed, we are dealing with that right now. We have a loss of people coming in to, first of all, get their higher ed degree, to the point that some of our universities have to pay back money because students are not being retained, right? So that's what we're dealing with in that sector. But also I want to thank our city manager and Bertha Johnson, because they have been doing some stuff around internships, which is very important to me. And I also have started, and you are part of it, our NCCU pipeline committee where we are trying to link NCCU students with jobs here or just careers. And I will say that because of our students getting paid, and I know when I first came, I'm not used to interns getting paid, I'll be real honest. And Wanda Page was like, we don't do that here, Moni. We're not used to that. And so I was like, oh my goodness. And so because of the interns that are getting paid, even our interns in our HEART program in Bertha Johnson's area, I've seen an increase because I work very closely with the Career Center too at Central, where we're getting students to know, first of all, what we do here in the city, right? And they are actually signing on to those internships. So I want to say thank you for number one, advocating with me for the internship program, and number one, getting these students to be paid because they're seeing that, oh my goodness, their work is being not just in vain, they're learning, but they also are being able to use transferable skills. The other thing I want to say is I had the honor yesterday to meet with the local 6888 International Association of Firefighters. And a lot of things you talked about today, they talked to me about, and I was really concerned. I think they have something called the right step compensation that they're talking about. And the two that I met with talked about, I think this person has been, I guess, a firefighter maybe for 4 years. And somebody just coming in, starting at 40,000, the person who's been here for 4 years is only at maybe 42, 44. They literally want to stay here in Durham. They are begging for us to do something. And I'm new to the budget process, so I really didn't know, about this, because I really would have put this in my pre-budgetary request, because I asked them, I said, well, tell me some of the things that we can do. And they were like, first of all, a lot of people are leaving here to go to Raleigh, where they're starting off at $55,000 if we have close to 4 years. That's craziness, right? Then they're going to Chapel Hill and they're going other places, but they want to stay in Durham. And they also talk about the fact that we are losing so many people who are seasoned employees, right? So we're training them here and we're training them well because they said they get good training here and they're going other places. They don't want to go, they want to stay. So they really want us to kind of do something around that. Compensation steps that they're asking for so that they're in line with what they are supposed to be getting based on their years of experience. And they want to also stay in Durham. And a lot of the people I spoke to yesterday, they can't live in Durham because their salaries are not equated to the affordable the housing that we have. So I would have put this in my pre-budgetary request. I didn't know about the fact that this is what they were struggling with. And they talked about it costs us about $160,000 to hire somebody up again and train and all this. And if we can use some of that money to kind of get them to the points where they're in the right steps, we can, and again, I might be talking out of line, but again, because I don't know all of it to the intricacies that you guys do, but just some of the things they talked about, it just was, and I'm really big on retention and recruitment. That was what my dissertation was around. So I'm an expert in this area, but I just feel when we're putting money into having to retrain and retrain and retrain, we can maybe take that same money and kind of get them to these steps that they need so that they are not moving and leaving because we're training. And they said we have one of the, and I want to say shout out to the, they said we have one of the best trainings here in Durham. And it's really just upsetting to me that we're training and they want to stay here and then some of them are leaving because they have to be able to live. The young man I talked to, he said he goes, I think it's 10 days to 15 days because of overtime that he's trying to get so that he can bring his salary up where it needs to be. And he can't see his kids. And he showed me a picture of his kids, like kind of meeting him at the firehouse. Like, so they're also giving up their, family and things like that to really service us in Durham. So I just wanted to discuss that.
Any other questions?
Let's see the man at the page.
Yes.
So I do thank you for those comments and, as the HR director has presented up here across the organization, we have challenges to make sure that we can, we can pay our employees so that they have a fair salary and that they want to be in Durham, they want to work in Durham. And we do that consistently. So before you were part of this body, we did a major market study and an increase for our public safety employees, and we implemented it in January of 2022, which was just about 1 year ago. And all of our public safety employees received about 14% market adjustment to their salary. That was a big investment for the city, it was about $4 million half year, and then $9 million to annualize that just for that group of employees, in the budget that we're operating in right now. As the HR director has represented, as soon as we raise our salaries, our area competitors, they end up seeing what our employees are making, because they also are recruiting, then they can raise their salaries above ours. So it becomes us going back to the drawing board, looking at where we can be most competitive for talent, look at how we can support our employees beyond just salary, and their quality of life. And I just wanted to make it very clear that we certainly have sectors of employees that, sometimes are more, more interested in talking to different people about their condition. But we are looking at all of our employees that work for us and deliver service and bringing you the best recommendations that we can under the circumstances.
Thank you. I just would build on that and saying, I think that the step plan has been a phenomenal way to kind of catch us up. And along those lines of beyond the salaries and the quality of life, I think that Councilmember Hyman that mentioned maybe some employee housing and figuring out how that could work. And then the mayor also mentioned some retention bonuses, just knowing that these are just things that we could do right now, or things we could be working on right now as we're coming up with a plan for all of the things moving forward. So I just wanted to put those two things out there. And to your point, using the resources, the TJCOG, which will now formally be known as last night as the Central Pines COG. We're actually a really good resource. I serve as a chair on the COG board, and I think that there's a real opportunity to figure out more regionally, because this competition that's been created, it's not just with municipalities, it's also with the airport, and it's not just with fires, with police, and it's just kind of across the board. And so if there's a way to kind of get an alignment across the region, it might be a little bit more beneficial. And if we can work with the league to do that across the state, that would be nice as well. I think there's some of the smaller towns and counties and, have some difficulties, but we could definitely get to a point where we're not just, raising again. I also I always appreciate the fact that you're paying interns. I know when I first started in the city council office, I was worried about not being able to get diverse interns in because we weren't paying the interns, and the fact that we are allows us to give not only that experience across the whole system to a diverse population of people who wouldn't even look at public sector. And what I'm thinking about is along the same lines as we talked about before with the CDL, like CDL is not being necessary to actually perform the job. Are we doing the same thing in engineering? Are we doing the same thing? Like, maybe we need to step down some of the positions so that it doesn't need so much credentialing, or split them out so that we can kind of fill some of those positions. And I know there are a lot of folks who are still, even though the unemployment numbers are low, there's still a lot of folks who are looking for work and are unable to find it. And so what kind of things show up in your background checks, what kind of things show up on your credit reports, like all of those things that we can look at and being more inclusive in how we hire would be beneficial. And I would love to hear feedback around that.
I want to again say thank you to Wynn, our HR director that I still call new. She has not been here a year yet, but she has been very instrumental in helping us rethink some of the things that we do on a day-to-day basis, as well as the strategy around long-term success for us as an organization. One of the things she did not have in her presentation, but I wanted to make sure she had an opportunity to give a plug for the city's, I would say, first job fair. Since I've been city manager, overall, we probably have had them in the past. but I didn't want her, while we are, in front of our residents, and our elected officials speak about the upcoming job fair event that we have planned, if you wouldn't mind.
Certainly. Thank you for the opportunity to do that. On March the 20th, the city of Durham will have its first job fair, just for the city of Durham. We are actually doing our own. The event will be held at the Durham Convention Center. We are working with our our communications department to get the word out. We will have ads, and we're trying to make it a very productive day for us. At our job fair, candidates or applicants will be able to talk to hiring managers. They'll be able to interview if they need assistance with filling out applications. We will have a computer lab. Thank you to Technology Solutions for helping us with that. But we will have a computer lab on site with someone in the room to help them with technology in order for them to apply for some of those positions. During our job fair, we will also talk a lot about the benefits, and we have an employee experience table, so people will understand what it means to work for city government. Our goal is to get people excited about working in the public sector. So we will have a number of different ways to do that. And then each department with openings actually will have a table. So many of the folks in this room, I'm sure, will be in attendance at the job fair with their respective tables to talk about their openings and their opportunities. So we are truly excited. Our event is going to be from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. So that people can come out after work and realize that, the city of Durham is truly a great place to work. City manager, was there anything else?
Where's it gonna be?
The Durham Convention Center. Yes, sir.
I have one more, I think the mayor's question. So I just wanted to also give a plug to Ms. Wynn, because in our committee, the NCCU pipeline to interns and city jobs, we have talked about, like, and Councilman Freeman too, we have, I wanted to say this to you, we have talked about just the way sometimes the job, I guess, descriptions, right, are posted, and how sometimes some of the language, it's just kind of, we're looking at that because sometimes it prevents people, because they look at it and say, I don't have any of that, but they have it, but just because the way the description is worded, they may not also apply. And also, I know you've also done this because we looked at some of the stuff in what we talked about in some of the areas that I have the people coming to from Central, is not also looking at the education piece, but so also looking at, do you have these amount of years? So I know you changed some of that from our feedback, so I want to say thank you so much for that. And the other thing is, in my other life, being VP of the DSS board, we have done something because of losing employees and things like that. I've been on this thing for 6 years, something called a 360 evaluation. And so that helps your staff to also evaluate their supervisors and upper level, and they do the 360. And it worked for us to kind of see, because again, you do get your exit interviews with your people who are leaving, and they say A, B, C, and D, but it gives you a chance while they are here to kind of do that 360 evaluation and kind of see how they can kind of work on certain areas so that they don't leave. And I will say, I said recently at a presentation, people don't leave jobs, they leave people, and they leave relationships, right? As I teach leadership, and I was just presenting. And so there's a difference between a leader and a manager and someone, there's all these different type of leadership styles and skills, but sometimes people are not leaving the job. They like the job, but it's their relationship with upper management or whatever the case may be. So I'm not saying that's an issue here. What I am saying is that I know that we've used that in my other life, the 360 evaluation, to look at some of that going on and try to handle some of what other, things, the barriers before somebody decides to leave. Because again, people are not leaving sometimes jobs, they might be leaving relationships or whatever the case may be. And I'm not saying that that's an issue here, but just in my experience, that sometimes happens. So I just wanted to throw that out.
Any other questions for Ms. Wynn? Thank you so much for a fabulous presentation. We recognize that now, more than ever, public service are really just that, public service. Wow. And we thank you for all that you all are doing. And we'll now transition to Deputy City Manager Bertha Johnson, I believe.
Mr. Allore, I don't want to steal your thunder. You are perfectly willing to take on this role of ushering folk in or city manager. You know, I want to like kind of sit back and listen. She will be talking to us about the half-penny equitable and green infrastructure update.
Yes, just give us a second here to get situated. So good morning, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Bertha, City Council members, and all the folks gathered in the room and online as well. My name is Bertha Johnson, Deputy City Manager for Operations. The EGI team is delighted to be with you all today to give you an update on our project and the engagement work that has occurred since we last talked to you about the project. As a reminder, the goal of this project is to prioritize investment in and engagement with low-wealth communities and communities of color who have been historically excluded from or harmed by policy decisions. With a focus on historically disinvested communities, these infrastructure investments can address disparities and promote environmental justice. At our last discussion, we did the restart. We talked to you about how we were going to move forward with this project in a different way. We talked about the steps to that would be, first, we would target specific neighborhoods. We would develop a process to identify the target neighborhoods and overlay current demographics and socioeconomic data. We wanted to develop a strategy to engage residents in the neighborhoods. We wanted to identify partners to collect and report data obtained from the residents. We want to use this data with our technical staff to recommend projects to fund. First, in this presentation, you will hear from our Neighborhood Improvement Services Department. Under the leadership of Constance Stansel, this team has been a great partner with us in this work. They will talk about their strategy to engage residents, their partners, and their process for collecting and reporting data obtained from the residents. Second, you will hear from Trinae Snyder, who is the City Manager's Office Business Services Analyst. Trinae will discuss how we work with our internal departments who also did engagement around their work. And we will share with you the results of that engagement and talk about the alignment between the two processes, the external and the internal. We want to talk about how we're going to use that data to come back with you today. We will not propose projects to you. We'll just talk about the results of the engagement. And we will come back with you with those projects as we prioritize them to share with you and get your feedback and finally, of course, your approval. I want to also say tomorrow, you will hear the results of the resident survey, which is another source of data. And also you'll see the priorities that came from the residents as part of the engagement survey. Again, I'm going to start with our NIS department, Laura Biediger, who is, I'll say new again, Senior Community Engagement Manager, and she will be talking to you about their work in the community as well as their partners, lessons learned, and how they're going to move forward with the next steps as we continue. This is a continuous process with a half penny on the tax rate, so we will continuously engage our residents in this process. Laura.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, good morning, still morning. Yes, I'm Laura Biediger, the Senior Community Engagement Manager in Neighborhood Improvement Services, and I will be speaking a little bit, and then my teammate Miles will be coming up. So first, to kind of reintroduce you to the community engagement team. Of course, we are under the visionary leadership of Constance Stansel, a Neighborhood Improvement Services Department Director. Our community engagement team is about 9 staff, and our work, we're really lucky, is just community engagement. There are a lot of other teams in the city that are tasked with engagement from time to time, but to do good engagement, you really have to do relationship building on a consistent and ongoing level. And I'm really lucky that the city has a team like this, and that I get to be a part of the team. This is a little bit about our work. Our vision is really making sure that community members are a part of what happens to them instead of things happening to them, so that the needs that they have are really heard by the city and addressed, and hopefully they're involved throughout the process and making sure that we're providing the services that they really need to live and thrive in the city. These are a few things about our equitable engagement work. The equitable community engagement work really started, I would say, in 2018 with our blueprints that we created in the fall of that year. And Miles is actually working on doing an update of that because all this work is continuing, we continue to learn how to do this work better. We have copies of our full reports in the back if you want to see, and in the report for our EGI engagement summary, we detailed how we use equitable community engagement through this process, how we use the blueprint to really plan how we were doing engagement so that we're staying consistent with our work. Here are some overviews of some of the principles that are important to us, demonstrating what we're serious about so that it's not just words, but actions. Bring people into the conversation. So it's not just at the beginning with an online survey and at the end with a press release, but people are really involved throughout the process, telling us at the beginning what they need, and then helping us stay in conversation throughout so that we're hopefully getting it as right as we can. Connecting appropriate resources to underrepresented communities. And I would say appropriate means here what they need, not necessarily sometimes what we think that they need, or what is easiest for us to deliver, but what people actually need. Promoting transparency, accountability, and trust. That's all really important and foundational for relationship building, which is what engagement is to us. Just think of the relationships that you have. It's important that you're transparent and accountable with people that you're in a relationship with, and that's what we're working on with our residents. Inclusive, consistent, and ongoing. Like I said, engagement's not just something that happens once or twice a year. It's consistent. Because it's relationship building, it's really sitting in conversation with people, listening to a lot of hurt and a lot of harm and uncomfortable conversations. But that's what we have to do to build relationships so that people feel that they can really speak to us and share what they really need. And then all of this, we believe, drives a better city. It drives a better city by producing better results for our community members, but also we are more efficient with our resources when we're really making sure that we're delivering what community members need. This is just a quick overview of the engagement that we've done. These numbers might seem small to some. This is the number I'm referring to would be 92 residents. Our focus again is on relationships. So this is qualitative. This is quality engagement, not just a quantity of engagement. So we started a system, and we'll be playing some audio clips throughout this presentation where we are recording conversations with community members and transcribing them. And it's the beginning of building really a conversation database that the entire city can use. We're contributing in an ongoing way, so regularly having data from the community members that we can share with other departments, but other departments can access whenever they have projects coming up. So if you're curious what Bragtown is currently thinking and what their transportation needs are, you can go to the conversations that we've had in Bragtown and hear the people speaking, get the full context of the conversation, and get really good information to help plan future services. So this is kind of a snapshot of the engagement that we did August through December, and we've done additional conversations since then, and again, we're continuing to add to the database. We're also adding conversations in Spanish, which is really exciting. But the residents represented in the results that we'll be sharing shortly are primarily identified as Black, over the age of 40, and have lived in the community that they are representing for over 7 years. And then these are some of the communities that we spoke with during that time period. These aren't the only communities that we plan to speak with. This is just where we started in the fall, and we are going to go back and continue having conversations with these communities so that we have a good level of representation within each of these, and then expand to other communities as well. Here's a quick highlight of the things that we've heard. I'm sure these aren't new things to you, so they're probably just validating things that you already know. The concerns overall were around gentrification and displacement, equity and safety, and lack of youth opportunities, whether it was community members who work directly with youth, or grandparents concerned about their grandchildren, or the youth they see in the community. The piece of having activities for youth that are truly accessible and meet the needs and interests of the youth, that was clear throughout pretty much all of our conversations. But again, things like affordable housing, feeling included in what's happening in Durham. If you don't live in downtown, many people felt they don't really feel included in Durham because they're not part of downtown. There was a lot of sidewalks, as long as I've lived in the city, as long as I've lived in the city, as long as I've worked with the city, sidewalks are consistent need, but that definitely wasn't the only thing. There was a lot of requests for lighting. People really wanted things like signage, so people could know the community that they were a part of, and other people could recognize that community. And then, like I've already talked about, these opportunities. So this is the first of 3 audio clips that we're gonna play.
Money has to go for the people. If you build a facility to house a detention center our young people, then you're gonna fill it. It's just that simple. They're not building it just to build it. They're building it because they want to put our youth in those horrible places. So the money should be rerouted for things that are purposeful, not negative towards our community.
Mic check. Okay, hello everybody, my name is Miles Spann, and I am the City Engagement Consulting Manager, and my job is to connect with other departments and talk about how we can solve some of these issues and just better improve our engagement across the city. So one of the first conversations that we had with a very long-time partner is with Bragtown. And we went to Bragtown, we've had multiple conversations there, and the main issues that come up have been affordable housing, bus stops, opportunities for youth, sidewalks, and speed bumps. Now, it's easy to focus only on the specific things that were requested, but not understand the underbelly of what's really being asked. Because one of the things that's come out of the conversations is an overall desire from that community. They want safety and they want to be able to travel to and fro so they can get back and forth to their jobs. But even deeper than that, they want to make sure they can stay in place. It's been a heavy conversation about affordable housing, about the prices going up in these areas that has really impacted our conversations with these residents. So when you hear these conversations, when we stop and talk about these type of things, you'll hear a lot of the same talking points repeated because people are so, they're afraid. They're afraid of losing their housing. They're afraid of not having a place to stay. They're afraid of being displaced from a place that they've been at their entire lives or their family has been at their entire lives. Cornwallis has another similar story to tell. However, with Cornwallis, there is a fear of abandonment. When we spoke to the residents there, they talked about how everything around them was falling apart and how they have a desire to improve their standing and their cost of living and how they move throughout life. However, they feel that the more that they struggle, the more that they voice their opinions, the less that they're actually heard. Can we bring this voice up?
Update our buildings, okay, don't just update the air conditioning system, update the walls and, make sure there's no cracks in the walls and air is getting up under the door, which it is, they don't do the ceiling right. So y'all need to get real contractors in here and real people that do the job because my floor is coming up in my bathroom and that should be happening, and they just happen.
One of the continuous issues is that people feel that when they request something, when something is happening in their neighborhood, they aren't heard. So even having these conversations, we had a very tense atmosphere at the very beginning. By the end of the conversation, people just felt, okay, we were heard. Thank you so much. How can we help? And one of the things that I would like to point out, yes, we have things like bus shelters, children without supervision, but the community garden was a very specific thing that they said they wanted. And it was because there is a desire for self-sufficiency. There's a desire for the ability to take over their own, to take control of their own destinies. And they're saying, hey, We want to build community. We understand that this space is some space that we all must share. So we want to take some collective responsibility for our own space, but we need help. So this is one thing that we actually spoke on, and we're in the process of working on it right now about delivering and making sure they're able to have a community garden and deciding on the things that come with that. And other things is living conditions in DHA properties, mental health, and speed bumps. All those things are also connected very heavily to poverty and the overall neglect of some of the properties and the spaces that we've seen. Next is Gaynard Farms, which is actually a newer property, a newer development. And this was a surprising conversation that we had. They brought up they wanted more lighting, more signage, more speed bumps, and more trees even. And what stood out about this conversation is that when we had this with them, their desire wasn't focused on what was done wrong, but they were saying, now that we have people living in this space, what do we do to make sure that we can make a community? What we see in a lot of these conversations is the desire to create communal space where families and friends can live and be together. Next, we had a series of conversations with legacy and emerging businesses that operate throughout the city of Durham. And this one was a very interesting conversation because it was not specifically locked to one location, but they were able to talk on the different areas throughout, from downtown to the other centers throughout the city. And one of the things that they talked about the most was the access to information and knowledge. They had an overall feeling that they were disconnected from the things that are happening or left outside of the know, the things that are happening in our city. And they said, we want to be a part of that. How can we connect to that? How can we participate? This is once again hitting on that same language, that same moment of people saying that they desire to be a part of it. They desire to work alongside, but they feel like they've been excluded from this process. Other top concerns you see is affordable housing and office space. A lot of people have been talking about the increase of the price for office space or buildings so that they can start their own businesses. Opportunities for youth has been a through line throughout all of our conversations. Every single conversation has one moment has had somebody say, we want more opportunities for the youth. Community information hubs has been a specific talking point of saying, how do we spread out, instead of it being focused just on downtown, how do we spread information, activities, and community, the sense of community togetherness to other locations throughout the city. So community information hubs, grocery stores. There was specifically someone talked about a DPD substation on Fayetteville Street and community wealth production zones, which is similar to the information hubs, but they're talking about spaces where we can start encouraging more business growth outside of just the downtown center area. Lion Park is a historic and a vibrant community. And some of the things that they were talking about is a historically Black and brown neighborhood. And we have a lot of safety, neighborhood maintenance things being brought up, hedge bush pruning, lighting, speed bumps, stop signs. But a lot of those conversations also centered around how do we get the people who have been disenfranchised plugged in. They talked about how can we get more job training, more information. And we've had this in multiple conversations. I think we're up to now 3 or 4 conversations with this community. And with different people, the same issues have come up. Of course, it's easy to talk about the physical infrastructure, the speed bumps, the stop sign. That tells me that there's an issue with safety. That there are cars who are driving through the neighborhood and people are afraid to actually be out in the communal space because of the way that drivers interact with that neighborhood. There were other issues that were mentioned, but I'll just stop on that right now. Merrick Moore is another community that we spent time with. Their top concerns are crosswalks, guardrails, reckless driving, roundabouts, sidewalks. This is all related to how people interact with the space. This is another conversation about, we can't build community because we're afraid, we're unsafe. We don't have the space that we want to be able to move back and forth, including when we talk about roundabouts, reckless driving, guardrails. All those things are moments where it's how people drive through the neighborhood. And there is an issue with connectivity where people feel that they cannot build community because they can't get to each other safely. This is also another very, very important conversation talking about the most vulnerable populations amongst us is persons with disabilities. It is shown that as people age throughout time, they need more accessibility. They need more options so that they can age in place. So if we think about Durham going into the future being a city that people can work, live, and play in for a long time and not just for a specific moment of time, it is important to note that accessibility is an important issue. Specifically, they talked about accessible green space. They said crosswalks with walk signs, because there's a big difference between just having a crosswalk and having the signs, even the signs, the walk signs that make the sound and tell you it's okay to walk or not, in case somebody is vision impaired. Housing is always going to be an issue that we're going to hear about because the affordability is, it's becoming harder and harder to find housing that is affordable to people with disabilities. Speed bumps, stoplights, and signs. These are all things that we'll hear over and over again. It's been a common theme throughout. But what does that say? We want to make sure that people are driving our streets safely so that we feel comfortable in our spaces. This is one of the last two, I think, that we have to cover. The Southeast Durham. So this is actually a coalition of multiple communities. So this is not just one, but this is a coalition of smaller communities, about 6 or 7 of them. And the things that they talked about was fencing, home and park maintenance, lighting, speed bumps, and tree removal and trimming. Some of the things that stand out with this community is that they were very specific on saying that they wanted signs. They talked a lot about signs. They talked a lot about respecting the historic communal space. And in that, a lot of this that you'll see is maintenance. How do we keep the pride in our community? How do we keep the pride in our spaces? Stokesdale is a historic area near Fayetteville Street, and then it's a similar conversation to have. But theirs, because of the area has been very poverty stricken for a while, some of the issues that they talk about cleaning up and repairing homes, homelessness and poverty, security and safety. These are things that we've been hearing continuously, and their issue, their desires is that they want a better neighborhood also. And okay. And as I wrap this part up, one of the things that we learned, we had a lot of lessons that we picked up, not just from what they told us about the specific issues, but also their response to us. There were fears that we have to address before we come into these communities asking them for their help, before we ask them for how they feel. They will not participate if you do not address these fears first. So some of the community fears that were addressed was the fear of being ignored. They were worried about empty promises where we would come out to them, talk to them and say, hey, we're gonna do all this. And then they never hear anything followed up. They're worried about being used so that we give them all this great information. They take all this information from us. However, at one point, they feel that, hey, the price is just gonna keep going up. I won't be able to stay in my own home. So me telling them to improve my neighborhood is going to eventually lead to me being removed and somebody else enjoying all the sidewalks that we won't get for another 5, 10 years. This is their response to us. They are worried about their information being used against them. And there is a large issue with being able to pay that cost of speaking truth to power. Can we get that clip that's played right at the top?
So you do know this is broken, but addressing broken things takes like courage, and it takes the strength of character to say, okay, it's not like easy solutions are not going to give us the improvements and address the real concerns that we need to have.
And this was a quote that we took from Reverend Solomon, Missouri. And one of the important facts that he's trying to say is that people understand and acknowledge that these issues that exist are not quick fixes. But it takes courage to say we're not going to just go for a simple solution, that we're going to push it forward to something deeper. So moving forward, some of the things that we talked about on how we can address some of the engagement barriers that we face is creating safe spaces for engagements. A lot of our EGI conversations were held in their specific neighborhoods, in a space where they felt was neutral, that they felt comfortable speaking in. We set clear expectations and timelines. So even as we go through our process of engagement, it's important that we let them know, where are we in this timeline? Where are we in this process? And if something changes, communicates that with them. We want to be able to make sure that we respect their concerns, their priorities, their experience, and we continue to invest promptly. We have to move like this is something that is important to us. And when we don't, that's when we face those issues. And it's a big desire that residents aren't just engaged at the very beginning of the process. One survey, 3 events at the very beginning of a 3-year process is not engagement. It has to be continuous and throughout. Because it is not about, engagement is not just getting in contact with one person, is asking their opinion and never referring to them again. It's bringing them into the process. And when you bring those people into the process, it's continual. It's like you're chatting with your best friend. And that's what we have to decide that our engagement is going to look like moving forward. So, thank you. Oh, real quick, we want to acknowledge, a list of people that have been phenomenal. We have at the very top all of our small group conversation leaders. And if I named all of them, I would be here all day. Specifically, I also want to acknowledge Latoya Austin, who has been our community engagement consultant from the neighborhood. She went out and led a lot of the conversations we have. Cortico and Local Voices Network, they are the ones who dictate, who transcribe all of our conversations, so that you've heard, those clips that you've heard were thanks to their software. Cure America's Global City Manager's Office, our EGI partners, we love you all. NIS Department Leadership, thank you for allowing me to be here, and the community engagement team.
All right. So. Good morning, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of City Council. I am Schreiber, the Business Services Analyst in the City Manager's Office. And under Deputy City Manager Bertha Johnson's leadership, I have been leading in the departmental coordination of the work needed to respond to the infrastructure needs that have come out of the community engagement and the planning for implementation of projects once decisions are finalized. Today, I will be sharing about the internal engagement that I've done with our city departments. So an important part of the internal engagement process is to understand what departments have and existing plans in these neighborhoods. I reached out to our water management, general services, parks and recreation, public works, and transportation departments, and I learned that there is some active or planned work, potential work being done in these areas. So for the most impactful use of funds, the consideration of work being done by location and transparency of this process, we found that it will be helpful to residents to have a place to refer to the work that is being done in these neighborhoods. We have gathered data and are creating a process to report all projects in these communities that is identifiable by project, or funding, which will include reporting from this EGI work. The intent for this will be to set clear expectations, timelines, and to be transparent throughout this work. And this information will be available on the city manager's office website, which we'll share later in the presentation. So resident priority by category. So after the review of the first phase of data from the community engagement, and as shared by NIS earlier, residents provided a lot of feedback. One key takeaway we've learned from this work is that there are infrastructure needs, but 44% of the total number of concerns or topics that came up were around non-infrastructure related priorities. So we want to acknowledge those residents' concerns. As they shared, some of those needs are around needs for access to affordable housing and gentrification, food, childcare and youth programs, mental health support and safety. We know there is a lot of other work around these areas as well, but in the next few weeks, we will continue to discuss solutions on how to respond to that data gathered in these conversations. One of the strategies that we have preliminarily discussed is to bring some of our work in the bipartisan infrastructure law funding and the Inflation Reduction Act funding to this group for collaboration to find additional service-related funding. For now, I've taken this very detailed data from the community engagement and grouped them into categories for the purpose of this conversation today. And they are transportation, safety, and traffic calming. And this category includes requests for speed hump evaluations, traffic signage and lights, guardrails, and roundabouts. Enhance and equitable green spaces, which includes the need for green spaces, parks, or playground enhancements, disability access to green spaces, trees, tree bush maintenance, complaints of heat islands, requests for community gardens, and requests for beautification. Pedestrian safety and access improvements, which includes bus stops, including bus stop shelters, street lights, crosswalks, and ADA accessibility at crosswalks and sidewalks. So resident priority by infrastructure category. So in my exclusion of the non-infrastructure priorities from the previous slide, here we are left with this visual breakdown of infrastructure category from the resident feedback. And so the priorities from that feedback is 43% transportation safety and traffic calming, 32% enhanced, equitable and green spaces, pedestrian access and improvements, and 5% sidewalks. And so based on this feedback, in the next few slides, I will be sharing some potential projects. And while I prepare to do that, I want to note and shout out my colleagues that have been so helpful in helping me learn about what they do and how we can do it together as a city in this EGI work. Sidewalks. So sidewalks were 5% of the infrastructure category from the community engagement. So the 4.8 million in estimates on this slide is from the sidewalk condition study and sidewalk asset management plan presented by the Public Works Department to Council in August 2022. The department Public Works was able to pull out the data gathered in the assessment in order for us to prioritize these neighborhoods in this EGI work. Sidewalk and curb ramp repairs would occur on city and NCDOT maintained streets where deficiencies were assessed. Only sidewalks on streets within the boundaries of both the city and neighborhoods and within the public right of way were considered in these cost estimates. I believe that you will see in the upcoming CIP presentation a request for $10 million for sidewalks. And if those are approved, Lion Park and Stokesdale will be repaired through those funds. And this is an example of how we are working with the departments for a coordinated and collaborative funding approach to ensure the best use of EGI funds. Pedestrian safety, access, and traffic calming. So next we have pedestrian safety and access, which was 20%, and traffic calming, which was 32% of top concerns. The cost analysis for this work is forthcoming with location evaluation, alternative solutions to traffic calming needs, and further assessment of other planned projects for a collaborative funding approach to respond to community concerns regarding bus stops, bus stop shelters, and other bus stop improvements, crosswalks, street lights, traffic calming, traffic signals, and traffic signage. Enhanced and equitable green spaces. The enhanced and equitable green spaces category was 32% of top infrastructure needs. The total for potential projects in this area is $5.4 million. And in an overview of the potential projects and cost estimates, we have $2.2 million in the Merrickmore neighborhood. At Merrickmore Park, one project would create more access to play and provide the necessary infrastructure with it. It would feature a nature-oriented playground with fencing and planting design. It also would potentially feature a walking track with seating and an outdoor classroom area. This need was identified in the splash and play engagement. Another potential project in Merrickmore is cultural art at the skating rink. The public art could be along the interior and exterior of the roller rink and will be done to build in and reflect community stories. Another potential project is in East Durham. DPR, Durham Parks and Rec, conducted multiple engagement sessions for a year-round Long Meadow and East End Park as part of the Splash and Play project. With the trail already funded to connect the two historically divided parks, $500,000 could be used in a process to continue to enhance the experience at these parks. Plans would include demolishing abandoned buildings, de-paving, and planting lawns and trees. Also, at Birchwood Park, about $200,000 could be utilized for a public art ground playing and carving concrete basketball and pickleball court improvements. In Lyon Park neighborhood at Lyon Park, the public has already selected one area for focus and development, which leaves 3 additional areas of potential development that offers a lot of potential for EGI. EGI funds could add the ability to accomplish more items on the public's wish list, like adding an additional basketball court to the existing court, as well as to develop a section of the future connector trail, which will allow Lyon Park neighborhood residents to safely access the resources of Forest Hill Park and American Tobacco Trail. Funds could also help add a futsal court and play features to undeveloped parts of the park. The cost estimate is around $1 million for site and future development. Also at Lyon Park, a potential project by the General Services Department could develop placemaking at the Pollan Murray Center for about $100,000. In Stokesdale neighborhood, DPR playground inspectors have identified that the Hillside Park playground is in need of renovation. The need for a pedestrian safe connection between the school and the park has been identified by after-school programs and center staff who must use buses to transport the children a quarter of a mile. Also, the existing connection is steep and not ADA compliant. So the cost for bridges and paths could be around $1 million. Also in the state Stokesdale neighborhood, our General Services Department could collaborate with area schools to explore public art opportunities such as ground playing, public art along fences, and sculptural work within their campuses and along city-owned adjacent land for about $100,000. In Bragtown, there has been some interest in a trail between Red Maple and Lakewood. If it is agreeable that this is a good project for EGI funding, a planning and engagement study to further determine community interest and construction feasibility will be roughly around $200,000. And with this, a true cost of land acquisition and trail development would be determined. Costs could range roughly between $5 and $10 million. The developing a plan could help give us a better estimate. So lastly, for this slide, a part of DPR's annual park planning practice, DPR identified 12 focus parks that were selected for equity. In the planning process, they listen to the community needs, make maintenance repairs, and envision new opportunities for the park with community partners. DPR uses the park plans to search for grants and other sources of funding. If more coordination or funding is needed, we can work closely with DPR as they suggested that they could choose the next year's focus parks to intentionally align with EGI funded priorities. Street paving. So street paving did not come up as a top priority in the first round of community engagement, but in our research, we learned that streets and poor conditions may have an impact of longer commute times, worse road conditions, and fewer protected bike lanes, as well as poor roads can damage cars and leave drivers paying for the added expense of repairs. Streets enable cities. They provide a network of all the dynamic social, economic, and physical activities that make cities vital human habitat. So the 15.1 million in potential costs on your screen are preliminary estimates from the pavement condition evaluation results provided by our Public Works Department. Only streets within the boundaries of both the city and the neighborhoods and that are maintained by the city and that have not recently received contract pavement maintenance were considered for EGI pavement maintenance cost estimates from the Public Works Department. So I'd just like to note that I do have some colleagues that help prepare some of these potential projects for today. And so if you all have questions, we have them available to answer some of those questions. And so we'll talk about next step.
Thank you, Jeanette. So first I want to pause for a minute to ask the questions from the council members.
I did have a quick question. Firstly, this is all great and really exciting, so thank you so much for that. In some of the categories, just from a layperson's point of view, how much overlap is there between categories? And by that, I mean, I can see someone seeing something like sidewalks also having pedestrian safety implications. I mean, they're in different categories, and transportation safety being impacted by some of the other categories. So I was wondering how did you define the lines between them? What's the cutoff that distinguishes one project from another in these categories, or is there indeed overlap in these categories?
I mean, there could be overlap, but we really just categorize those based on the comments that came in. So because that is how we look at them from a project perspective, but there could be overlap. Yes, absolutely.
Also,
or someone is looking at a street and they're also in another, also mentioned sidewalks in the discussion.
Right.
It may be the same person or it may not be the same person. If it's someone with mobility issues, they might be focused on curbs. Someone else may be focused on the sidewalk. So there could be overlap, yes.
So these categories actually organically came from residents. This isn't our rubric. We didn't, this came from conversations, these designations.
So the comments came from the residents and we put them in the categories.
Okay.
For example, the categories line up where we have a street assessment, a pavement condition study. So that's sidewalk data. And then we have the street, and then we have the sidewalk, and then we have the parks and recreation that came from the parks and recreation / play engagement. So they're in those categories because if we were to implement a project, it would align with what are our internal departmental categories.
Right. But the transportation safety / traffic calming, pedestrian safety and access improvement, that's our language.
That's our language.
Okay, all right.
Yes, yes.
Cool, thank you.
That's our language to align it with the internal departmental.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
That's a good question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happens every once in a while.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question. When you all were engaging with the DHA properties on the back end, you may address this in next steps, I haven't looked at it yet. How do we address those common concerns that we're experiencing in DHA properties? Is it the expectation for us to supplement funding for DHA, or I know that they manage the properties, but and the reason why I'm asking is because I can appreciate community members wanting to be, more self-sufficient, because I think that is one way that it can help us meet them where they are. The other thing is I don't want to have these conversations have these conversations void of informing the appropriate, sources of them. So, prime example, when the new terrorist crisis happened, the city took responsibility, but it was like, okay, DHA, what are you going to do about this? So I just don't want residents to be misled on who can legitimately address these issues. At the end of the day, they're all residents, because they live in the city of Durham, but the property is managed by DHA or HUD. So I'd like some clarity in that, and I want to make sure that residents understand that as well.
You want to talk about that? I mean, NIS, mentioned earlier, they will continue to engage with these residents. And so when decisions are made about projects, they'll go back out and share that with them as well. And also share with them things that we were not able to address as part of the city's funding. And I'll ask Laura if she has other comments about that.
I think, next one. Yeah, we are the communication team, we're not the transportation department or planning department or anything like that, so any kind of engagement we do is going out and setting expectations that we can't make any promises. We can't make promises about sidewalks or potholes or anything like that. So that also includes your point of letting them know, we'll take these concerns and share them back to make sure our city leadership is there. It's really important that we want them to feel free to share whatever information they can with us. They're not drawing lines, but we'll share it back, and I'll share it with my department director and assistant director, and they'll help us understand what departments need to get that information, sharing it up to the city manager, especially if it's county or DHA or even state concerns. So at least for the community engagement perspective, our focus is gathering the information and sharing that. And to your point, making sure that we're not setting up false expectations with them. The community garden is a very small piece in that the District 4 staff member, Kevin Jones, has actually been talking with DHA and has gotten permission from them recently to be able to do community garden that we can fund through grant funds that we have within NIS. It's a very small one. So for housing conditions, that's normally something we'll say, that's not within the city purview. That's a piece of the educational component of engagement, also helping them understand DHA versus the school system versus the county and things like that.
That's right. And I just wanted to add a point that we are going to be meeting like our entire EGL work group to talk about next steps and how to respond to the various things that came out of the community engagement. Some of the things that, we shared, they're not necessarily infrastructure things, but they are things that like our city departments can provide response and services around. And so I'm working with NIS to get some contacts, neighborhood contacts, so that we can submit service requests and have city departments respond to those in real time, as opposed to, the long term of the infrastructure work that we'll do.
And just to add on to that, the importance of our relationships in these communities is paramount, because we have some level of like transparency with them about what we're able to do, what processes we're in, how can we utilize the methods available to us to be able to figure out how to solve the problem. So a lot of times they don't expect the community members that we engage with, they don't expect us to solve the problem, but they do expect us to work with them to help find a solution. So with that, there is not a specific burden on the city, but it is some expectation that, hey, we're your residents, help us find a solution. So whatever that ends up being, whatever lengths we have to go through, those are all connected also.
Thank you. And I'll just reiterate the motivation for my question. When citizens or residents are dealing with these everyday real life issues, they are not also thinking about the complexities of this bureaucratic system called city government. So it's just really important that we treat with the utmost sensitivity when we're engaging with them, that they understand, if the city is asking them, what are your issues, they may have an automatic expectation that the city's gonna be the response. And some things we are, and I think we need to engage in everything if it's within the city borders. But I just want to be careful with, just make sure folks aren't misled. So I appreciate you all taking that sensitivity so serious.
Thank you.
Thank you. Similar question. I was really interested in the, and great presentation, by the way, thanks. Thank you, everyone. I was really interested in the lessons from engagement around community fears. And especially the last one, that people are worried about being pushed out and people aren't going to get the benefits. Because everything else on this list, I could see a good community engagement process being effective at mitigating. But the being pushed out of the people advocacy benefits, that's actually something that we have very little control over, and our actions in these neighborhoods are, like, by improving them, are going to increase the value and the desirability of those neighborhoods. So how do y'all talk to people about that? Like, that is, I find that fear extremely founded and concerning, but also, we're not gonna not improve folks' neighborhoods, but if you make something more desirable, you make it more expensive. So I'm just wondering, like, how those conversations are.
Flora, want to talk about how they respond? They're the folks out in the community.
Sure. I mean, I think this is the piece of the city having coordinated work. So understanding those impacts, and this is the piece of the first step in the blueprint, is being really thorough about the positive impacts of putting a sidewalk in and potential negative impacts. And so as we're putting sidewalks in, are we really working with community development to make sure that the tax credits or tax grants are available to residents if they're concerned about, the things to help them stay in their homes, and making sure that they have those opportunities or they're connected with those opportunities. I think it's really just a piece of making sure that we're coordinated, and as we're improving the community, the residents are still connected to the resources so that they're able to stay within the community, as well as pieces of inclusion and feeling like they actually also still belong in the community.
And when I also hear that issue, it shows me two issues. It's the affordability, the ability to stay in the same place, but also a time issue. So when they request some changes to the neighborhood and then it's placed out 10, 15 years, then they feel that they're not the ones who are reaping the benefits of the work to bring visibility to some of their issues. So it's a combination of those things, where how can we still address their issues in a timely manner so that people know that there's no ulterior motive behind the improvements that we're bringing to their communities. So it's a combination, but a lot of it is, how do we address as many problems at the same time that will be able to let them know that we're not doing this to benefit someone else. We're doing this in the time that we have, with the resources that we have, as soon as we can, because we care about your voice as much as anybody else's.
Yeah, that's interesting what you said about ulterior motive. I mean, no ulterior motive, it's just the capital market, and it's changing rapidly. So, yeah, and definitely connecting people with resources. Do y'all have data? Do you keep track of who's an owner and who's a renter when you do engagement?
We have in the past, we haven't for this process, but that's something that we can include. I think for the majority, most of them were owners, especially since I'm gonna assume most of them have been in the community for over 7 years and are over 40, most of the residents that we work with. And also engagement is harder with renters. Like that's a piece that they normally do feel a different stake within the community. And so it's normally easier to engage homeowners, but that's something that we're trying to work on, because renters are still part of the community.
Yeah, I think having that data would be really useful. I imagine that homeowners and renters have very different perspectives also on these questions around neighborhood change, because renters are more mobile and they're not going, are probably see, and that actually I'm sure makes them most likely to even participate in engagement, because they know they're not going to be there at any length of time, because they know the landlord is going tomorrow. Whereas the homeowner has a little bit more control.
That's a good point. We'll make sure to be more intentional about that in our next phase of engagement also.
This is really great, though. Thanks, y'all. Thank you.
Hi, hello. I am just so excited about this presentation. First of all, let me just commend you, because community engagement is hard to do. I teach community analysis and training social workers to be able to go out and do the work that you're doing. So I want to commend you. But also, I want to piggyback on what Councilman Williams said. A lot of times, first of all, you are using a theoretical framework called person environment. So you're looking at the person, looking at those different systems and how those systems affect the people, whether they can progress or not. And the fact that you've been able to go out and actually gain their trust is a plus. because a lot of times that doesn't happen. But one of the other things is that really educating them on the fact that we can't do a lot of the things that they might want us to do. Because what I hear around the community is, I'm asking them, what do we need to improve? And like, we've been saying this for years, you're asking me this, but are you really gonna make a change? So I did have to let them know that, first of all, there's some things that are in my privy, there's some things that are not, but I want to hear your concern. So I think making sure that we are also going back and giving them that feedback to, we got your concerns, this is what we can deal with, and this is what we can't. But a lot of times they feel like people are not bringing that communication back, so I appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to just uplift that because the bar has been raised on equitable engagement, that it's expected across the board, and that any time that there isn't equitable engagement, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. And I appreciate that because it lets us know where we need to focus. And so I'm hopeful that as staff sees those kind of red flags raised, that they address it in a very holistic way, because I don't think that it's missed that, where we were 10 years ago in engagement versus where we are now. Anytime someone shows up and does 10 years ago engagement, it's kind of awful. And I don't like to get those calls. So I'm gonna appreciate when you continue to do it.
Thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions. So really great information. One question I had, because it is raised, and then if I look at who the kind of, for lack of a better word, average person that y'all engaged, doesn't necessarily track with what the city's younger than 40. I appreciate that there's going to be some interviews in Spanish, but I didn't really see a lot of representation from other racial or ethnic groups. So we'll look forward to seeing how it evolves. I know you all are kind of in the early part of your journey. But with specifically around youth engagement, because basically I think folks, I appreciate that residents are mentioning that, but I really actually want to hear from people under 21. And I understand that they are really hard to engage because a lot of them are in school and they're busy. They're not necessarily thinking about local government and what local government can do for them. So I just want to raise that up as that may be a harder lift, but I really, really want to hear that voice because a lot of the decisions that we make are actually going to be to their benefit, right? They're the ones who are going to be in the parks and on the trails because some of these processes take so long. So I just really want to lift up that I look forward to hearing that voice in these conversations that is not there right now. The other thing is when we start to prioritize projects, it would be really helpful for me to see the kind of overlap with the regular CIP butted up against this. Like I need to see charts. I need to see like, okay, this is this sidewalk or this community. Where does it line up in our regular CIP? Is there overlap to Mayor Pro Tem's point? And then where are the gaps? Because later on we are talking about infrastructure bond, and I want to know programmatically what's left over. And we know that the list is very, very long, so that we as decision makers can be really efficient and effective about what we're putting in front of the voters if we decide to go on forward. And I know you all do an excellent job, but I do want to raise that up that I'm like very much a visual learner, so that when folks kind of come up with that final, project approval, I can see where it isn't being met, and then know that my decision is as holistic as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's some of the work that Tremaine will be continuing to do with the departments. We've already tried to overlay our sidewalk work. Like we have 2 that were already in the CIP in year 2. And that's when she mentioned that if the 10 million is funded, then those 2 will be covered by the CIP. So we're continuing to spend, but we are definitely, which is a category question, right? To do that alignment, we have to get them in alignment with the categories in our departments. So that's exactly where we're going with this.
And just piggybacking on the voices, I do want to note that Cornwallis is all rented.
Thank you so much. My colleagues have covered much of what I wanted to ask about. I do just want to celebrate you for a minute and kind of put in context how groundbreaking and transformative this work is and where you place Durham relative to our peers in the state. Equity is fun to talk about, but When you actually do policy work, it's very, very difficult because you're pushing against inertia, things, we've done things. To the Councilman Caballero's point, you know, we're actually looking at our CIP. Transportation has moved some projects around Bragtown. A group of, one of my proudest moments is a group of Durham workers were asked to come before the North Carolina League of Municipalities to talk about the work we're doing in Equity and how we're actually transforming the rhetoric, if you will, into actual policy. So I just want to celebrate how groundbreaking this is, actually doing the work of equity, switching our priorities around, start moving money around. That's when it gets real. When you start moving money from one place to another in the name of equity. Secondly, I want to encourage this team as well. You are exactly who we need. You look like Durham. You are qualified to do this work. I can't think of a better team to be our face in doing community engagement. You are showing us what community really looks like. There's 300,000 people in the city. If it were just a few folk, we wouldn't need to pay you guys. We could just ask them. But you are showing what community looks like and expanding the voices that we listen to that are at the table. You can't really put a price tag on it. So I want to thank you so much for that work that you're doing, the work that you're continuing to do. This will be transformative. This is transformative. This is literally putting our money where our mouths are. And I just want to take a moment to celebrate that, because I know it can get a little noisy sometimes in the public square, but you're doing a fabulous job. It's transformative, meaningful work, history correcting work. Action has been encouraged and applauded on that. Thanks so much.
Thank you for mentioning that. I will be presenting this at the league conference. They reached out and asked us on this project.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager Johnson and your team, the NIS team. Always a great presentation. We've had a wonderful morning. If there's nothing else, we will adjourn for our lunch hour. Back at 1, I'll turn it back briefly over to our budget manager to lead us in directions.
Very brief. Just to acknowledge, this isn't budget comforting. We recognize that. The folks on this side of the room are like, how do I cost that out? How do I give that a number? But it's really, really important. We were here a year ago in this space, and my first reaction as a budget guy was, okay, when do we get to spend money? And everyone said, you're missing this. So we get that. Fortunately, in budget, there's a whole other group around innovation and participatory budgeting, and they're in the back of the house, and they're all going, yeah. So we kind of balance each other, and we recognize that. And I'm just really pleased that we did this. It's not what we normally do in a budget retreat. It's all very, very financial. It's very important. I think there'll be, and I am sort of like, okay, what's the reconciliation between the CIP and this? And we'll talk a little bit more about that this morning or this afternoon. I'm standing between you and lunch. If you're staying for lunch, stay here, but some of you are probably going to go off campus. We'll start up around 1:05. Thank you.
Before we get started, could I get a photo of you guys looking up, just smiling toward the camera for social media? Give me good for the mayor. Could you just take a photo for social media? Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. For social media, not always free.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. You want to give it? I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope had an enjoyable lunch for everybody. We had great food here. And we will continue this afternoon with our City of Durham City Council budget retreat first day out here at our beautiful water management facility. Now turn this over to our Director of Budget and Management Services, Mr. John Allore. Thank you so much for a great morning, and we look forward to more of the same this afternoon.
Well, good afternoon, members of council, department directors, staff. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Trust you were well fed. And as we get settled here, I want to take a moment to acknowledge our staff here in the Budget and Management Services Department. Beginning with the table here. I think a year ago, when we were on March 2nd, Christina Reardon and Matt Jones and Meton Nichols had no idea that they were about to embark on a project of completing the budget process with just the three of them, which is a monumental task. And they achieved that in a stellar fashion, and to this day can continue to be grateful and amazed at the work they did. And then in December, we added Phyllis and Llewellyn joined us, so we're almost back to capacity. We have one more piece to fill, which is our CIP coordinator, and we're close to that. We had interviews last week. It's a pivotal position, so it's taking a little more time, and we heard this morning the competitiveness of the job market. So people are learning at a fast pace in budget, and we transition quickly in this office. If we get to keep somebody for 3 or 4 years, we consider ourselves lucky. But many move on to greater things, and some of them I am still in contact with. Some of you remember Lisa Henty. We were communicating on LinkedIn this week. Some of you remember Jay Fuller-Wider. I gave him a recommendation about a month ago. So they're still with us. They're still part of our family. Others are in the room. Ryan Smith is here, who was part of our family. Christina Tooks, despite the fact that she may not want to be here this morning, we brought her back, and she's in the back of the room, and she is also family. And then at the very back of the room, there are people not participating today, but you've had a chance to see them, and I'm so proud. It was very deliberate in the fall that I didn't take the podium, and Sherry Metcalf and Cecily took the stage to talk about the strategic plan. And it was very deliberate that then followed by Carmen and Fallon to talk about participatory budgeting. And I did not want to do the quarterly report because I would be standing here, but that's why we have Christina and you saw her last week. So I'm very, very grateful. The city is very fortunate to have a very, again, deep bench. And then there are others here, and I want to acknowledge them. Andrew Pollan, our other assistant director, cannot be with us today, but he'll be here tomorrow. And Andrew is always, I know at some point in the fall you saw him, I just can't remember where. Eric Pena, Mary Grace, Lindsay make up our strategy and performance and innovation group. And if I missed anybody, excuse me, but who I don't want to miss is Francesca Fabian, who is our senior administrative specialist. And she's new. We lost Delta Barrington to NIS. Again, we were happy with that. We were lucky to have Delta for a year, and now Delta's with NIS, helping them out. And there was Francesca waiting in the wings, who we just brought in the 1st of January, and is responsible for all of the organization you see here today. The meals, the working out the logistics with the water department to make sure we're mic'd and we have placards and there are balloons so you know where you're going. And that stuff isn't easy, and it's often overlooked, and I really, really appreciate it. So again, I don't want to take too much time, but a great acknowledgement and a thank you to you. Moving to the capital improvement plan. So this is a split presentation with myself, and then I will be here briefly, and then I'll turn the floor over to Tim Flora, our finance director, and he will talk about other components. But I want to give you an update on where we are in the CIP process. So kickoff comes a little earlier than budget kickoff. Annual budget kickoff comes in the 1st of January. CIP, we stagger things, so it comes in December. So we met virtually with all departments and kind of gave them the running order and expectations for the year. CIP requests were due January 27th, and we are in the process of the 3rd bullet here, which is presentations from departments to both internal and resident scoring committees. And we meet every Wednesday afternoon from 3 to about 5, and we go over all of those things. And I mentioned to you this morning that it is going extremely well. And with all of this, there is a complicated calculus to arrive at a recommendation in April and then move to an adoption in June. And that has to do with an abundance of projects and figuring out the funding source. So we certainly talked this morning about the half penny and the potential for $25 million projects. And where does that fit into the capital plan? And you're absolutely right, your instincts are right. We're now in that process of going, okay, has this project been mentioned before and is coming forward? Is this something, are we double counting in some cases? All of that is going on. Is this something, there's even questions of, is this something that the department is moving forward and is better suited with our capacity in the debt fund in order to free up capacity in the half penny? So all of that is going on right now, and I can't answer all questions, but we are moving towards a spreadsheet with a reconciliation. This is just an overview of what the public sees on our website. And a lot of you see a paper version of this. We sometimes call this the CIP stoplight report. It's typically the last schedule in your exhibits in the quarterly report. But we've since moved to an online interactive tool that we continue to encourage people to use, so we're not using paper. But this is always available for people so that they can get a visual representation of our active projects, what's being delayed, what's on hold, et cetera. And then the project viewer, we've been through before, maps where the assets are located. And you can drill down into minutia about these kind of questions. We're getting better and better at this every year that we do it. So I think once upon a time, water assets were just a large glump, and now we're trying to really get specificity about that because water is a lot of money. We want to know where it's located. So that's just some overview on Project Viewer to let you know that's available to you. In many ways, the next two slides are the most dangerous slides. I alluded to this morning. We have a total of about 99 million in general projects. Last year we had 52 million submitted. I believe on the slides that I gave to you, this says general fund projects, and here we've corrected some. The mice in the night came and corrected it for me, and it's now general. But it's a worthy distinction because sometimes we confuse that, and what does that mean? We have projects, we have annual asks in the general fund that compete for 31.5 cents. We also have general projects in the debt service fund that compete for 11 cents, because 0.5 is reserved. And that's just a way of thinking about the different structures of this. But in both senses, the general projects, general requests are a lot, and they compete for a very finite amount of resources. Not necessarily the case in the stormwater fund or in the water and sewer fund. They rely on fees. They do tremendous capital asset projections because they have to. We can't just move those revenues to save the general pieces. State will allow us to do that. Statute will allow us to do that. To answer that question. So this is a lot of stuff competing for a finite amount of resources. I cannot answer every single question about these projects. That's the process we're going through right now. I know we have seen presentations so far from emergency communications on their two projects, and from the fire department on what we call the scuba replacement, which is oxygen tank, basically. And those, if you've been here long enough, you've seen these come up before, and they're here again because the term on those things is short, and so they come around. There's a request for 2 ladder truck purchases. The general services projects I have not seen, or we have not seen yet, but there's a lot of them. And what I would say about that is we are in the process, as I said, of determining, okay, what is this and where is this and how does it fit into the plan and was it asked for last year, etc. Moving to slide 2 of these projects, just a continuation of DPR and public works, general fund public works projects, and then transportation. There's some large ticket things here, as I would say. Certainly the ones I wanted to, the former Wheels Development project, you see $5.6 million being asked this year, but it has a tail on it of an additional 41 million. The Long Meadow project is approximately 40 million. A question was asked about bond capacity, bond referendums. You see here, we talked about street repair, annual repaving. You see the need of 20 million. Sidewalk repair, you see a need for 10 million. But then you see the price tag on the up year of 150 million. That alone could fill a bond referendum. So there's a lot that needs to be decided here with a finite amount of resources, and that is the process we're in right now. Moving to our enterprise funds. So these are funded within the fund themselves, the solid waste fund, and the stormwater fund, and the water and sewer fund. These funds tend to have the capacity to complete these projects because there's greater planning involved. So there's not the competition that we see in other funds. And then we always I don't want to forget our fleet needs. We are reliant as an organization, the services we provide on tremendous assets in terms of vehicles, and we have a fleet program and a replacement schedule that is all built within the debt fund to make sure that those are replaced on the right schedule, on the right cycle. So this year, your request is $10 million for the general fund vehicles. Inspection fund, it's probably a truck that they need. They'll just pay go just means they're going to pay with it with cash. They don't need to finance it. Solid waste, $2.9 million in fleet vehicles. Those vehicles are $750,000 to $1 million each, I imagine, for the large ones. Stormwater, water and sewer, not so much this year. We're grateful for that. They can pay $1.3 million with cash through their water and sewer fees, and then routing that in some transit vehicles. That is all I had to say on CIP requests and where we're going. And I'm going to turn it over to Flora, who's going to talk about, okay, how do we pay for these things?
You can hear me. Good. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Madam Manager, department heads, other folks. I'm Tim Flora. I'm your finance director. Have now been your finance director for 1 year and 1 day. I almost feel like today. I almost feel like today completes the cycle of me understanding and going through all the processes. This is the first retreat I have the privilege to speak to you. And so I don't know if this is appropriate to say this, but I will have told a few others this as well. When I got the CIP list, budget folks, my own folks, I thought the city almost had another workers' comp claim because I did fall out of my chair. I did not hit my head though, and so I have recovered. We start to put it into perspective and measure it to with the funds that we've got coming in. It's easier to swallow. And so let me just say that debt is a good thing. Sometimes it gets a bad rap, but in our world, it is a good thing with a caveat, as long as it is spent appropriately. And fortunately for us here at the city of Durham, and as is affirmed by our rating agencies, we are spending it judiciously and effectively. And so, but it gets to why debt. And so debt is just one of many funding strategies to fund our capital assets. And so again, what's a capital asset? Well, a capital asset is something that usually has a ongoing lifespan, usually 3 years or plus. It's a tangible item. It is a high dollar item. It's buildings, vehicles, roads, parks. And while we, from a financial standpoint, consider $25,000 as a tangible item, it's something that we depreciate. It's something that doesn't necessarily meet and we track. It's not something that is actually included in the CIP process. I think all our projects are $100,000 or more. But debt provides us the ability to deliver infrastructure when it is needed. It spreads the cost over the useful life of the asset. It increases our capacity to invest in our community.
we need something, we can use that as a way to get investment quicker into the community. And for me, one of the really key parts about debt, it addresses intergenerational equity, which is we're not putting the burden on one generation to supply a benefit to multiple generations. So we are sharing the cost of that asset, and those who are benefiting from the asset are also helping to pay for that asset. As I mentioned, debt is one of only many avenues of funding our CIP programs. And if we use the theme that the city manager used this morning and our eggs in a basket, debt is the ostrich egg. And so just as a representation of how much we use debt, I just pulled the two largest CIP ordinances that we have, which is the general capital ordinance, as well as the water CIP project ordinance, just to sort of give you an idea of how we are sort of financing those projects. And so on the left is our general CIP project ordinance, and of the 471.5 million projects that we currently have open, 57% of those projects are being debt funded, with 21% being pay-go. As John mentioned, it's the cash funding piece, and then 11% respectively using grants, intergovernmental, and impact fees for the other pieces of it. If you look at our enterprise fund, our water management, or our water project ordinance, you'll see that debt is a higher percent of that, 68%, with pay-go being 30%, and grants and capital facility fees respectively at 1% and 2%. You'll notice that grant is a pretty low percent. The reason for that is just because larger cities have pretty good programs in place of maintaining their infrastructure, and most of those grants that are going to those smaller water systems that are severely underfunded because they just don't have the expertise or the planning capabilities that we have.
That's a quick question.
Sure.
Just very quickly. What is the price threshold for paying up? Is it under 100 grand, or do we?
So our policy, or what we try to, our guideline is we try to use 10% as our measure of what comes into the debt fund. It's 90% debt, 10% pay-go. But in those percentages, when I was looking at some of that revenue, and that's for the general CIP. When I was looking at some of those projects that were pay-go, it was we were selling land and we were using those proceeds from the land, and so that would come to fund. And so in some places, when we had like a windfall of some money, we would use that instead. But our sort of generic, what we strive to is about a 90-10. And a lot of it depends upon the types of debt we issue, and actually we'll get to that and how we structure it. Yeah, I would just add that the term on the asset is another factor, not just the dollar value, but is the lifespan very, very short that will tend to say, well, we're going to come in cash.
So we would from time to time spend $1 million on something just as.
Yes.
It's possible.
Yes. Yeah. That's that.
Percentage of that. All right. Yeah. Thank you.
But yes, there'll be certain projects, and it's just better for us to do a pay-go and not finance any of it. Whereas, depending upon the project, especially when you're looking at trying the kind of collateral you're using to secure that debt, some it's harder to secure with some of that, so it's better for us to just do a pay-go.
Thank you.
So as far as our outstanding debt, governmental and business type, this is as of the end of FY22 from our financial statements. You'll see that our total debt position, I refer to as our debt portfolio. So just like we have an investment portfolio, we also have a debt portfolio with the different types of debt. Our debt portfolio at the end of FY22 was $662.8 million. $254.5 million of that is governmental, the rest being enterprise business activity. And that was an increase from the prior year of about $56.6 million. And so I have this slide because I really sort of want to walk you through the different types of debt. And so we will talk about a bond referendum at the end of this presentation, but it is one of many funding options that we have. And so for general obligation bonds, That is secured by the full faith and credit of taxpayers, which is, that is secured by our ability to tax. So there's no collateral that's put up for that. It is secured by tax rate. Revenue bonds, if you'll see there, revenue bonds are secured by the revenue that's generated from that operation. So our water utility, the fees that we charge pays for the debt. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. Limited obligation bonds, that is where when we go out to issue debt for those items, that bond issuance is secured by the assets that we're actually financing. Or if there's not enough collateral from what we're financing, we will find other assets in our portfolio that we can use as security for that, for those. The bond anticipation note is nothing more than a line of credit that eventually gets flipped into an issuance. Installment financing is very much, and that's what we use mostly for our fleet operation. That's very much just like a car loan, except it's just bigger and more comprehensive. It's not residential, so it's secured by the asset again. And then that Section 108 loan is, I believe, a loan from HUD for a special financing that we've gone to. So an understanding of our outstanding debt, I want to just sort of show some trending information here. This is broken out by business type and our governmental. This just sort of gives you, again, you see that $662.8 million is where we were as of the end of last year. I've got this since 2015, so a pretty significant increase in our debt portfolio, and based upon the growth of the city, I fully anticipate that we are very easily going to be over $1 billion of our debt portfolio within the next few years. Nothing that overly is concerning here, but there's a but to that. There's $662 million as of last year, but what that does not include is the affordable housing bonds, the $95 million referendum that we passed back in 2019. There's no debt that's been issued on that yet. The one nice thing about that, I would point out that has that revenue stream of 1.38 cents to fund that. And so that is not part of the debt fund. That will be funded out of, I think, the dedicated housing fund. And so we are accumulating those funds. But just to let you know that is debt that has not been issued yet, that we are working, we are continuing to work towards that. The Equitable and Green projects that you heard about this morning, that doesn't include the $25 million that we project that's available for that. It has a dedicated revenue stream, and these next ones are all revenue streams out of the debt fund. The FY23 approved CIP projects, none of those projects yet have been debt funded. We're certainly right now funding just our current cash flow, but we will be issuing debt for that probably in the next few years, next year or so. And then the bond anticipation note last year, you as a council approved $132 million, which is our line of credit. We currently have, as of I think last week, $67.3 million of that line of credit. So what we were doing there is it's interest only at this point. So we've not, eventually we will flip that to a loss, limited obligation bond issuance. And so if you add up all of those numbers, that gets us to $290.7 million. And so that is not included in that $660 million number that we have. And so, but of that, again, if you exclude that $95 million from the affordable housing bonds, that leaves about $195.7 million that will be paid for out of the debt service fund that's not been programmed in.
Hey, I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
So
$195.7
million is debt that has not been actually issued that will be paid for out of that 11.5 cents that we have that's in the debt service fund currently. So this is just, again, some historical information about our debt service, which is debt service. When I say debt service, I'm talking about our principal payments as well as our interest payments.
So this just sort of gives you an idea of what those payments are. So in 2022, $3.5 million is what we paid in principal and interest. Of that, $23 million is paying down the principal, which is good. $7.5 million is the interest. And so what you see here is that we are paying off our debt, and that is good. We're paying it off fairly quickly. So you see that our principal and interest payments are going down. So when those are going down, that means our capacity is going up for future debt. And so again, this excludes the $130 million line of credit that we had and others. But this next chart shows sort of the trending of the principal and interest payments, and just rolling in what we project for that line of credit, the $123 million. It just sort of gives you an idea that very quickly, when you start adding things, that capacity gets eat up pretty quick with just existing sort of obligations that we already had out there for that. And I do want to point out, I sort of skipped over, is I sort of pivoted. I am now just really talking about the general capital projects that we have. One of the things I did intended to say when we were talking about the water debt and revenue bonds is the fact that for today's discussions, I really am sort of just focusing on those general CIP projects because we work very collaboratively with the water management folks, our consultants, in the rate model. That is all part of a whole other discussion that you will be seeing later on. All of those capital needs are built into that rate model to help fund those. And so because those are supported by the revenues, really the discussion today is more about those projects that have a tax impact. So this is where I kind of get to the debt capacity. And I don't expect you to see these numbers because they are pretty small. And this is what I sort of call the back of the envelope, very 10,000 foot high level view of how we determine what the capacity is for the project's emissions. And so this is the debt fund. It is funded by 11.5 cents. 11 cents is for general CIP projects, and then the half cent is for the Equitable and Green projects. And, again, assuming our general growth rate of 3%, that fund in 2022 brought in about 44.6, almost $45 million. This year, we're projecting it around $47 million. And through the next 10 years, you'll see that the revenues for that fund, just through growth alone, we're looking at bringing in about $60 million. And so that's a big chunk of change that we have. If you then sort of layer in the debt service, you have your own principal and interest payments, and you start subtracting out of that, that sort of then gets you to, okay, well, if we subtract out our known costs, what we're trying to get to is what our available costs are. And so our debt service now, so where in 22 we had about $44.6 million come in, what went out in debt service payments was about $30.5 million. And so what we're looking at this year just is our funding availability. We're looking at about $15.8 million that can be leveraged for pay-go and debt service, taking into consideration all those other projects that we have yet to start paying for that were approved in the prior years. And so this just sort of gives you sort of a higher level to see, okay, this is the availability of funds. And then when you look at it, at the end, when you add it to our fund balance, so the debt service fund at the end of fiscal year, yes.
I'm sorry, you said 15.8. I just want to make sure I'm following the right line. Is it the 2023 line?
It is 2023 line, yes.
15.9?
Yes, 15.9.
I just want to make sure.
Yes. Yeah, that's, sorry, 15.9, almost $16 million. And then what we're also looking at is that if you look at the fund balance, well, you're looking like, oh, well, there's $20.2 million out there, but a lot of that is sort of funds that we already sort of obligated to pay for other things. And so
if you just do a very high level, you'll see that if we didn't do anything, pay for anything else out of it, just that paygo, that gets to $299 million over the course of 10 years. Well, if you remember a few slides back, we were at $290 million, or $277 million that we already have sort of obligated. But again, this is if we were only 100% paid, and we're not. So the beauty is that we are leveraging debt in order to get us where we want to be in. And so all of that is just to sort of give you a big higher level of what really is that capacity. Well, that capacity at this point really is, it depends. As John mentioned, you know, we've got the request from the project, or we've got the request from the departments. We've been out in the community, we've had all that collaboration. We put those numbers together, now they brought it in. And as budget, now finance and the departments, as we start working through those numbers, we are now in finance getting a better sense of when you need the money. When is that money needed? So that is the important thing, is the collaborative process that is going on now with the budget folks, the finance folks, all the departments, the project managers. They've already had the collaborative processes to what the needs are. Now it's how can we strategize to fund those needs? And so we're working very closely, and part of these ongoing meetings that we've been having, the budget has been having, that we've been tagging along to, asking very nagging questions to the department is, when do you need the money? So we know the extent of the project, but what is the cash flow of these projects? And then again, tell us a little bit more about the project, so we know, is this something that has a useful life of 5 years? Is this something that has a useful life of 30 years? So, because what we're trying to identify is what cash flow needs are, how long the debt, because again, when we go out for debt, you only will debt fund for the expected useful life of that asset. And so those are the kinds of things that we are working on right now. And one of the things we are working on is we've been working with our financial consultants to develop an enhanced debt model where we can go in, taking all the information that we have gathered from the budget folks, from the departments, that we can load all of this in with all of our projections, and then we can start turning off and on projects based upon the flow to see what that impact is. And it may be that we have some projects that we need to get going right now, but doesn't have a cash flow need for maybe 2 or 3 years. We can program that in. We've got to program it into our model, so we know, well, it's an urgent need. I think a good example, and I'm not advocating for this or not, but talking with our fire chief, our ladder truck, right now, talking with our fleet folks, it takes 3 years. It's a 3-year lag time. Well, and so in 3 years, is there going to be a really urgent need that we need to approve that this year? Well, if we do, that's, you know, $2+ million that we don't need to program in right now, because they don't need that cash right now. They'll need it in 3 years, but they need to be able to create that purchase order so they can make that purchase. That then means that maybe a project that's further out can get moved up into the queue and go ahead and get started. So those are the kinds of things that we're looking to implement. Yes.
So Tim, everything you just said, I kind of assumed that's what you were always doing, and based upon, you know, past conversation, I know you guys are gurus. You folk are gurus at timing and not drawing until we need it. So when you say implementing a new debt model, are there new practices?
We have old sort of spreadsheets, and the new model actually will give us the ability to, in real time, while we're having meetings with discussions, turning on and off different projects. So it may be, oh, what is the impact if we do not do this project this year? Oh, well, that means we can then do, you know, 3 or 4 projects. And so we do a lot of that. It just takes more time to do it because we're actually having to rerun the numbers. This model actually is First Round is our financial advisors, and this is a tool that they use with many of their clients. And so we're moving from our older spreadsheet versions to a more sophisticated that then also provides more graphics as well. It'll give us trend information. It also, if we use the enhancements, it also will give us what is the impact on our credit rating. And so one of the other factors when we talk about debt and capacity, there's a financial component to it, but there's also are we overextending ourselves such that our financial scorecard from the rating agencies is not being impacted? And we want to make sure that we're not spending too much of our annual budget on debt service. And so we're getting overextended. And so a lot of that other modeling can also show us that, oh, if we do this, if we do all these projects, our ratios start to get a little bit skewed, and it could impact our debt rating. And what we always want to do is make sure that we maintain, we work very hard to get that AAA, that triple that we have. Because what you have when you have a AAA credit rating means you get lower interest in the market. And so we always want to make sure that we're being very responsible in our debt issuance, and that our timing is proper, and that we are getting the best rate that we absolutely can. Because when we do that, that means we can either save taxpayers, or we can expand our program and provide more services.
Thank you.
And what I also, just as a side note, is, going out for debt is not just like going to the bank, filling out an application and getting approved. It is a very involved process between local government commission, our financial advisors, the work that we do with the departments, bond counsel, the underwriters. I mean, it is, and all the different approval processes, there's the public hearings that are involved with that. So it is a very extensive and involved process. There are lots of working parts to that piece. And so that when we do actually go out and issue that debt, that there is an assurance out there that it has been vetted through and through, that we are getting the absolute best deal that we can. I think I've talked a lot about this, but this is just some of the assumptions that we do in our debt modeling. Again, the tax rate, 11.5 cents, half cent is for the green and equitable and green projects, and then our general CIP. It also assumes that we will do the draw programs, that we will go for the line of credit, so we're only paying the interest only up to the point that we then actually flip it. Assumes a 10% pay go towards that, and that we always ensure that the projects are debt funded over their anticipated useful life. And also, most importantly, that we do not use debt for operating costs, because that is an absolute no-no. So I was asked to talk a little bit about the general obligation bond referendum, and so I thought I would spend just a little bit of time on that. And so again, I would like to point out that we do have that AAA bond rating, and so that AAA bond rating that we have is based upon our GO debt. That is what they rate us on, and that is what we usually always refer to. And so the general obligation referendum really is a primary source of funding for many infrastructure projects, which allows us to keep pace with our ever-expanding population and infrastructure needs. Usually, it's identified with very costly programs. And the reason for that, one of the big reasons for that is it's easier to package. It's usually a more important need that we have, that we can go to our residents, because it is secured by the full faith and credit of the city, which is our taxing authority, which at the end of the day means that our ability to do that is approved by the voters as part of our referendum on election day. And so they cannot be used for operating costs. More importantly, you have to be very specific about what you put out there in a referendum. You can't just say, oh, I'm going to do a $100 million referendum and then use it for whatever you want. We were very specific with the housing bond referendum. That is used for affordable housing, very specific. And so if you do something like that, it gives you the ability to parse out some of the more important, larger, I don't say critical needs, but needs that can be taken to our residents that they can understand. So whether it's streets and sidewalks, you see a lot of that used in bond referendums. parks, big facilities, you'll see out there. And so what happens is when you do that, in this, you send it out to the voters, with the hope that certainly they approve the referendum. I will say that if it doesn't get approved, that doesn't mean you can't do it, although it just becomes a little bit more awkward, tougher to justify when you then have to circle back around and do something that wasn't done through a referendum. So how are geo bond projects identified? Very much like the processes that we already go through. Lots of collaboration, community engagement, city council strategic priorities, adopted action plans, master plans, restaurant requests, and again, the community engagement followed by staff analysis, and then staff will then come and make recommend projects to council to be included in a bond package. And then that would be again based upon feasibility and the cost effectiveness of that and measured against all the other spending that we have. I'll also say I would say in most cases, and I think the city traditionally has done that, when you go out for a bond referendum and it doesn't get approved, we usually automatically go ahead and tack on what those costs to cover that debt service is. So just like we did with the housing bonds, we estimated that debt service would be 1.38 cents. And so if we were to go out for a referendum, it really is indicative that means that would have an impact on a resident's tax rate. And then ultimately the city council reviews the list, making their recommendations, additions, deletions, approves the final project for a bond package to be placed on the ballot. Just to give you a general idea of the referendums that we've had in the past, 2019, we all know that the $95 million housing bonds that we are currently working on. 2010, 2007, $20 million that we had for streets and sidewalks. And then before that, there was $110 million referendum done in 2005 for two projects. I asked our bond council to put together a calendar of the process if we did do a referendum. I will say I asked them to do it for calendar year 2024. That's not to say that it cannot be done for 2023, except it is sort of an off election year. And so timing is short. Usually when we work on sort of referendums, it's a pretty extensive upfront work trying to parse out what would be included in the bond referendum. You want to be very sort of specific about what you want to fund. And so while it can be done in 2024, I asked our bond council to put together a calendar or can be done in 2023. I asked them to put together a calendar for 2024 just to sort of give you an idea of the different steps. I won't go through each of these steps, but you'll notice that there are three council actions. You have to approve resolutions, then there's advertising in newspapers, and then there's contacting the county election services to make sure you get that on the referendum. And with that, that is the end of my presentation. I'm certainly open to any questions that you might have. I wish I could have come to you today and said, hey, this is what we have available to fund, but again, it really goes back to it just depends on many factors that we are continuing to work through in the next several weeks.
So thank you, Mr. Finance Director, who's been here almost a year. So as you in your presentation to the council and to the community, one of the reasons we had this on the agenda during this retreat is because the decision of council, whether to direct staff to pursue bond referendum work this year or next year, and some range of possibilities in terms of the amounts. While it's not a, decision-making meeting, we were hopeful that the council would discuss that with us if possible.
Thank you for a great presentation, and congratulations on your 1-year anniversary. I just passed mine recently, so feels good to be around and making things happen. There have been quite a number of citizens who have expressed a desire, particularly from a couple of neighborhoods, for us to seek an infrastructure bond for this year, 2023. Just wanted to talk about the feasibility of that. I guess for me, the things that I would like for us to kind of focus in on would be, of course, the infrastructure, but talk about how we can incorporate some other things for our parks, and also some ideas around affordable housing. Again, the $95 million bond, as we know, is a great bond. We're making bond, but it is still not enough. And I do think that in looking back to the taxpayers, again, for another bond, I would like to include some more financing in affordable housing space, particularly in light of some of the conversation we were having last night with the Planning Commission on land banking, and how we could keep some of those houses affordable for years and years, and just try to include some of our parks. And as I was going through the list, there are many things that our parks need, as well as I think one of the things when NIS presented, just about everybody had some type of traffic, be it speed bumps, bicycle lanes, or parks. So I was talking to the city manager, she suggested some, we were talking about numbers a little bit, I'm a little fuzzy on how we come up with those amounts. But I would think that when we look at the last bond that we did pretty similarly, it's 110 million at that time, and that was several years ago. So I would think that we would kind of be in that space. So just wanted to get your feedback on the feasibility one, of something being done maybe this year. Number two, what does it look like to include, and I'm pretty sure others around this table will have some other ideas, but infrastructure that would include some for parks, and some also another look, maybe in a different lane on the affordable housing piece of it.
Sure, and again, so it is doable in 2023. This is an off election year, so it is, so that you have to take that into consideration as to, you're going to get the kinds of voter participation that you would like in something like that.
It's a municipal election year, so all of the city's voters will be voting.
Okay, so then, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah. So it is I meant, I knew there was an election, but I was anticipating that there probably wouldn't be as much participation, but you're right. So it is doable. It is doable from that standpoint. What may be more of a stretch is when I also, some of my colleagues, so when we're talking about capacity, it's also staff capacity in order to be able to put something like that together and to get it through. And then are we able then to start that spend immediately when we have so many other projects that are already out there that we are sort of working our way through? So I would say that yes, it can happen. But it would be, sort of a hardcore press to accomplish.
Thanks so much. I want to associate this with everything the mayor said in terms of the need. A couple of things that are important to me. First off, I'm a little debt averse, and I know our AAA rating is important. There were about 9 years, I think, that passed between a $20 million street bond and the affordable housing bond. But about 40, so I think it was in 2010, 2019, affordable housing bond. So it was a good amount of time for us to kind of reload. Maybe 4 years, less than 5 years since the affordable housing bond. So one of the things I think that was important in the success of the affordable housing bond, is north of 70% of the electorate approved of it, was the education campaign we had to form folks. So my only reticence about this year would be giving ourselves enough time to do the education on it, to make concrete what exactly are we asking for, and identify those projects. And I think that would 24 would allow us to do that. So from an educational point of view, to mimic the success we've had. The other thing is also the political will to raise taxes, to talk about at least possibility of a tax raise to fund that debt. I would also, given what we're doing with the EGI already, the impacts we're making already, to make sure we're not mimicking what we're already starting to do with the CIP and with the EGI, the Equitable Green Infrastructure. We had actually talked about possibly a bond as a second part of the EGI. I remember we were talking about either the tax raise or the bond. I think we came down on the half-penny tax raise, thinking about the possibility of doing a bond. So maybe this could be the second part of that, repackaging this as the second part of that EGI effort. I just want to make sure we're not mimicking or overdoing. The other thing is, the question for me is, if we float this debt and, how much is it going to be a significant difference in terms of cash available to do projects that our regular process isn't already yielding us? For example, is it, how many more projects 10 years from now are we going to get done from this, floating this debt and taking this potential thing to our credit rating than we would under normal circumstances, what we're doing right now, particularly EGI. So those are some of the questions I would want to put out there. But I think the mayor is right. The sentiment in the public is right for it. But those are some of the technical questions I want to answer. I would like answered, and I would like time to do an education project to assure that this thing is embraced by the public.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the presentation. I just want to share that we've all heard a lot from residents around infrastructure law. It's something I'm definitely in support of. I think the timing is the question. And I do want to bring up an email that City Attorney Rayberg sent us about the different options of when to put a voter referendum or referendum from voters. The other option was potentially the primary in 2024. And so I just am throwing that out there because it kind of, if we come to consensus of doing it, personally, I don't think staff, between the vacancy rate, everything else that's happening, I want to be real cognizant of staff capacity and that whole question around burnout. I don't want to add more onto plates if we can alleviate that. On the flip side, I know there's a lot of urgency out in the community, and so I'm hesitant to wait until the election of 24. And so I'm interested in hearing from folks if potentially the primary, which essentially cuts the difference in time, is an option and we're legally allowed to do it then. So would that potentially give staff the capacity to get the projects to do the education campaign? To the Mayor Pro Tem's point, there was a lot of input, a lot of conversation in the community around affordable housing law. And I think it was really important community engagement. So that's just my curiosity. Thank you.
I had a couple thoughts. Thank you. This is really helpful. And I like numbers, so it's fun to look at all the out of your projections. I agree. I think an infrastructure bond is the right direction for the city. I also think we need another housing bond as soon as we can figure it makes sense. The fact that we've already allocated pretty much all the money in our 5-year plan, and we're still facing a lot of need, and I don't think the city can ever fully meet the need, but I think it makes sense to do another round, especially because we've now built up the capacity of our housing developers to build more affordable housing, and there are projects, we had to turn down projects, because we didn't have enough money. I think that, you know, when we were first thinking about whether we could do a housing bond, one of the main concerns was, well, we'll have this money, but we want to have the capacity, and then, you know, developers to actually put it on the ground. Now that we have that, I feel like we should chase it a little bit before they decide to go somewhere else. In terms of the amount, I'm wondering how much money we could, like, how much money would be reasonable for us to bond out if we were to increase our debt fund to 12 cents? So like if we have another half cent, how much would that get us? Including any capacity that we might already have, based on what you said about, you know, we have 290 million or something. It didn't seem like we had much left in like what we've already done. So if we were to do another like half cent to the debt fund, or even like another cent to the debt fund, how much could we get? I don't know if you are a genius and have that in your head.
So a half cent would generate about what, $2 million. And so a lot of that depends upon the length, the time that we need to take out the debt, the interest rates. But I would say, you know, we're looking at, you know, a half penny would cover $10 million worth of projects over 5 years. You know, but then if you extend it out to 20 years, you're looking at, you know, well, so I'm looking, so what I do have written down, because sometimes it's hard to keep numbers in my head, one after the other, is, you know, what does $10 million get you at, you know, like, say 4% for 5 years? So you're looking at an annual payment of $2.4 million. So if you're looking at an additional $10 million of debt at 4% for 20 years, you're looking at like $900,000 a year. And so you can sort of extrapolate out from there, but we can certainly work up.
Okay, so if we were to do like a $50 million infrastructure fund, for example, at a minimum, we're looking at 2.5 cents per tax rate. Okay, yeah, that's a lot.
Or we really can take a look at what we have for the affordable housing. Currently now it's $95 million.
There's 1.38.
1.38. So
right.
I know I've looked at that in the past, but yeah, that's pretty close to what we would need, especially since we can accumulate some of these funds.
Okay, so I mean that's a lot better than what you just said, right? Is that, I mean, you're being conservative?
I'm being a little bit conservative as well, because I know what the market is right now. Interest rates have gotten expensive. And so.
Okay. Thank you. That's super helpful. Yeah, and in terms of the timeline, I feel pretty agnostic. I think it makes sense to have municipal bonds happen with the municipal elections, which would be the fall of this year. I also totally recognize what, you know, Councilmember Javier said. I want to be very sensitive to staff capacity. I don't want anyone to have more work than is reasonable for work. The primary is an interesting idea. Fall 24 is an interesting idea. I think that also, like, we're in a good moment right now for bonds. Like, people in Durham are overwhelmingly voting for bonds over the last 5 years. Like, there haven't been any bonds that were even close to not passing, and so I think people are in a mood to invest in our infrastructure in our community right now, and I think that they'll take the opportunity if offered.
And what I will say, if I can, is, you know, the way I look at it is, what are our needs? I mean, once we know what those needs are, well, then let's come up with a funding strategy. And so, based upon our community engagement, based upon the projects that we're facing, based upon what we're hearing from you, is, you know, what are those needs? Well, let's set those needs aside and let's see what kind of strategy that we can develop. And, you know, the longer term is definitely one of those strategies that you would, because in some cases, those are an additional need on top of what we may already be comfortable with. And so that may then have a tax impact. And so a lot of it is how we package it. What are we pulling out to show that this is specific to this, so we can afford to do all this other stuff as well.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think, logically, I understand that the need must be finite, but it doesn't feel that way. Like it feels like there is no way to ever meet like the need that the community has with the with the resources that we have as a city. So I mean, we could use $1 billion. If we build $1 billion of affordable housing, right? Like then maybe, obviously that's well outside the scope of what we have the capacity to do. So, yeah, I mean, I think we could use any amount of money that like is, that is possible within a reasonable context. No matter what we do, we're never gonna be the full lead, but figuring out like, what are the biggest priorities? What are the people in the community like most concerned about? How do we deal with the biggest problems, as quickly as possible are all good questions. But yeah, sometimes it just feels like it's kind of a, bottomless need and they're really, it's really hard to see an end to it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm probably the only one here that's frustrated that we're still having to work on, but I just wanted to get clarity. The EGI items, those are items for the bond, or those are items outside the bond?
Right now, they're outside of that. We have that specific funding, 5 cents.
And so I really want to thank staff for using this year to figure out how to drop that $50 million ask to 25 million. But I'm a little bit trying to understand what's still left in the 25 million that we're requesting or that we're talking about today.
And so the 25 million is really sort of just backing up just to what that asset can afford. And then once we get going on that and we can see what the terms are, what the projects are, because again, you're looking at what are the terms of the debt that we need to use. Once we start with that maybe first tranche of projects and we can see how far that asset goes, then we can see what will be available to continue the work there.
Thank you. And I think that goes back to my initial question to John about whether or not we were looking at, paying down debt or investing or which direction we were kind of getting a push towards. And I'm really looking to staff because I mean, if you go back another year and figure out how to squeeze another 25 million out, then this 30 million we have sitting in surplus can go towards debt repayment and expand how much we have available to I guess, essentially create the bond.
I will defer to see.
Thank you for the deferral. What I am hoping the vice director will speak to is we have Councilmember, you're speaking of the 30 million that is remaining excess fund balance. And earlier you spoke about how could we pay down some of the debt that we have to make more capacity. But we are a debt paying entity and we pay debt over 20 years, 30 years for a reason, because the assets that we are investing in last that long. Sometimes it's a vehicle and it's 7 years or it's 10 years. But there's really not ever a benefit for us to advance pay debt. So that is the response. Unless we're refunding, which is a different.
Right, which is a different thing. But one of the things I'll sort of throw out there as well is the way that the local government commission likes us to structure our debt, so that debt does get paid down a little bit quicker, so you've got more capacity, is instead of a level debt payment, which is you've got the same payment every month, the LGC likes you to do a level principal payment. So what that then does is you're paying, it's a level principal payment, so then your actual interest rate goes down quicker, and then so you start off paying for $100 million debt, you're up here, but by the time you get to the end of that debt, your debt payment is actually much lower because you're paying, interest rate on a smaller.
And I hear you, I can appreciate what the city manager is saying, and I guess what I'm asking then is what it looks like if we are doing that principal debt pay down much faster, so that we have more, I mean, essentially a larger, asset base to create the bond.
Well, we're always looking at, I mean, and so our capacity is sort of almost ever increasing because you have growth. And so, our 11.5 cent tax rate, that base is ever increasing. So every year you're getting an increase there, and then you've got your level interest payments and you've got going down. So it actually creates more capacity, but we will always have debt. I mean, it's just managing that debt level and what it is relative to our total budget, our total expenditures over the year, because there's a certain ratio that rating agencies like to see to make sure that, you are operating sound financially, and you don't want to overextend yourself, because then that's when it starts affecting your.
Thank you, I'm trying to nail it all down, but I appreciate where you're going. I know that, the last 3 years, we've been talking about this equity and infrastructure, bond, green and equitable infrastructure bond. And it would be nice to move forward this year. I acknowledge, the staffing shortage situation, but I think we can work through that. If there are contractors that can support, us moving it forward this year. And, I'm almost certain that the community could use this infrastructure, and it would help in some of these conversations we've been having about roads and streets and what have you. So I'd love to figure out how to get there.
Thank you, colleagues. I guess what I want to say is the urgency of what our community wants, the needs that we have right now are things that there's some other ways we can make some immediate action happen right now, because bonds are strategic. Well, we haven't even begun to float the debt from the $95 million yet. So if you want to address immediate urgent responses, the money, if we pass this, when we pass this bond, that most of us probably wouldn't be here when we start floating that money or pulling it down to address the needs right now. We can exercise the political will to move some things in the CIP right now. If we want to have an urgent kind of immediate response to what people need, we can, move money around in the general fund right now to address those needs. But what I'm concerned about is that, if as fiduciaries of the city, if we float this debt, it's not like next year we're going to be getting money from those projects, and these are shovel-ready projects. But what will impact us right now is if we start banking the money through a tax increase. So whereas we intend on addressing the urgent needs of folk right now, we're using an instrument that's actually strategic in nature, it's long-term. But we need we might have to start paying those taxes on it right now. So they'll get a tax increase, but not necessarily get anything any quicker than what we're doing right now with EGI through the half penny. We can move things around in the CIP right now. So I would just put in the atmosphere that we understand the urgency of wanting to do things right now. But I think we need to understand, or just remember, I know you understand, remember the nature of bonds and how far flung realizing the benefits of bonds are, a la our affordable housing bond right now. And perhaps look at some other things, further exploiting EDI, moving some things around right now that are coming up on the CIP, like we've done for sidewalks, I think in Bragg County, Route 98 rather. So there are some other instruments. If we're interested as a council in doing some things in the immediate short term, there are some steps we can take. Floating debt in the name of the city is a serious matter, and we should do it. But I think that if we're looking for immediate responses to what our people are saying now, then we may want to look at some other things besides just a bond, because bonds by their very nature are strategic and long-term and don't yield us any benefit in the immediate sense. Symbolically, they're important, I think, but in terms of addressing what we're trying to do in the short term. There's some other things we can do as a council that are within our purview.
So, Mayor, so.
So Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for that, because, you know, I'm always very much solution focused and want to go down, and I realize that that stuff can't happen. I'm realizing that, but I'd like to have further conversation about what you talked about in terms of moving some things around and trying to do something around the immediate need, because again, the community is saying and telling us that they want the infrastructure and affordable housing. So there's ways, as you're saying, that we can do that. I'd like us to have, you know, for the immediate need, to have, more conversations around that. Thank you.
So I think if what I'm hearing is that there is some interest in talking about a bond as one possible strategy in dealing with some of our infrastructure needs and other needs. Of course, timing is a concern. I do not hear a lot of interest about wanting to press the staff in terms of moving really fast for the upcoming election this year. As I was talking with the city manager, though, I did ask her, you know, is this the kind of situation where you can bring in some help to get it done, if that is the will of the people and the council to move some things, or where do we bite this apple? Do we first talk about the needs that we have now, and then gather that information? Then we move to the strategy on which of these financial resources, be it a bond, be it the other funds that we could use to address that. So how do we move forward? I do think that we have interest in moving forward on some of these things. Am I being correct in that? And allowing them to go ahead and begin that process? And get a thumbs up on that. Okay. So, and it's a matter of trying to then, once we determine the scope of what we're looking at, then we turn to what financial strategies we would use to address the urgency of that, as well as what we're thinking about long term. Does that make sense? You know, I have to ask. Does that sound something reasonable to just start the process and for us to talk about exactly what we're going to be asking for? Then come up with the strategy, the financial strategy to fill those requests. Anybody else? All right.
Yeah, I have no question. So as we're talking about debt, and I think this is probably my biggest learning curve of trying to be creative within the budget. So if we're talking about bonds or additional debt, what are some ways that we can offset? Because I know we generate revenue through raising taxes, but are there other mechanisms that we could, you know, really enhance, maybe expanding the sales tax base, creative ways of getting more people to participate? Basically, and I could be out of line here, I'm trying to explore it. If businesses in the community were generating more revenue, they're obviously paying more taxes. Does that mean we're collecting more taxes, which could offset, in a sense, some of what we are trying to explore in debt? All right, so I guess what I'm asking is exploring a bond, which would increase debt. Are there other things that we can do to offset having to ask for a particular amount? Because we ask for less if we're increasing elsewhere. I'm trying to clarify this question. I'm confused while asking this. Help me out.
So I'm not sure that I'm going to be actually responding to your question, but I did want to bring together a few pieces of information that you've already seen today. And because it is, you know, it is part of our continuation of bringing a CIP and operating budget forward for you all to approve. One of the things that that Director Allore said earlier is that our departments who manage our facilities and parks and streets and stuff, everything that you just mentioned, Mayor, they presented requests of almost $100 million of new investment for the next budget year. We know that it's always going to be a lot of needs and a lot of asks, but one of the things that he said was that that number last year, I believe, was about 50. So the directors and the experts that we, that we are relying on, along with their partners in the community, the number and dollar figure for projects requests are increasing. When you heard the finance director talk about the capacity, that number, I will ask him to repeat it, but the capacity is quite a bit far away from what has been asked. So that in itself, and I believe and again, all of these projects have to be vetted, and I won't repeat, what goes into vetting, but a lot of them do have to be vetted. But the long term portion of this, which for our purposes is 6 years, has another number there that is about $400 million for these project types over about a 6 year or so time frame. Would that be okay? So the requests are increasing for investment, and you all need us to provide you more information about the requests that are being asked, the timing of when money will be needed for those requests before you know if you want to add additional projects to what you see, or you're not interested in us pursuing some of these projects. But ultimately, it will boil down to a capital improvement program that we need to fund some kind of way. And then that's when we rely on the financial experts to, if they're gonna use lobs, or they're gonna use geo bonds or other kinds of tools to get us there. The bond referendum is authority, and it directly involves the residents. And when they approve it, they're approving a tax increase. When we use some of these other methods, we do have to have tax increases in order to cover the debt, because you have to pay principal interest. But it is another kind of increase. It's just as you are deciding, what your budget is gonna be next year, you're gonna increase taxes like we did the half cents, in order to make funding available to do projects. That was a decision that the council made, and can make, those kinds of decisions in the future. So that was just a point I wanted to make. The question that you have is, where do you get other revenue sources? And I think you've asked me that before. And we're a municipal government, and there are only certain kinds of revenue sources that we receive in order to do both operations and investing in our capital and our infrastructure. And, we take profits, we take donations. We don't fundraise in that sense, but we.
Right, and I think that's what I'm getting at. So the population in our city is 100 people, and only 60 people are paying taxes. Does it not help us if we could have an additional 10 to 15 people paying taxes out of that 100 person population? And where I'm getting with that is, we're talking about one strategic way of generating revenue, and that's through taxes. So what I'm saying is, how do we expand more contributions from those pools that are already existing? So is Durham in its strongest position economically? And I'm looking at, the contributions that does come from the private sector. Are we exploring those ideas? Are we doing what we can possibly do, all of what we can possibly do to increase that capacity? So I'm thinking about businesses being strong and people spending money. The more people spend money, the more taxes those folks are going to contribute. So that's the lens I'm looking at. I'm just trying to really get us to think more than just one avenue of bringing in revenue in the way that we already do.
Yeah, so, when John Moore was, making his projections and presentations, that's where that comes in. So when we are looking at how our tax base grows over time, I think he used 3%, as a projection. That does include, the growth in, the additional assessed valuation that we have, additional investments, whether they be residential, whether, it's commercial, but that's how our tax revenue, it grows based upon the tax base in this community growing. So that grows. Obviously, sales tax, everyone pays sales tax, and the more people purchase, the more sales tax grows, or the higher prices are, the more tax that is paid on, on the commodity. So all of what you're speaking about is the result of growth in our community. And on the flip side of that, what we have to appropriate in order to serve that community grows also. So, that's why we have to have all of these baskets. Because we are growing, but we're growing on both sides. We have to serve, we have to be able to serve the community for the services that a municipal corporation provides to its residents, and we do that through growth in the revenue sources.
Right. So to my colleagues, I'm on board with all of these ideas, but I will attribute to the conversation that the more we can expand, especially in the capacity of sales tax, without necessarily it being folks that are having to move here, because I know people are moving here and they will contribute tax-wise. But if we did have more amenities or more whatever, where people come here, spend and leave, they may live somewhere else, and therefore we're generating more funds that doesn't necessarily require a return of services. That's what I'm sort of getting at. And I don't want to oversimplify that, but if we did have a convention center where about 4,000 to 5,000 people here, they're coming here, they're staying in the hotels, they're spending money, businesses are making more money, and then they're leaving, and we don't have to provide a service for them. So that's what I'm getting at. And anytime we talk about that, I'm going to add that to the conversation.
Lead us into the next conversation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams, for teeing it up so well. Because I think that's what I'm trying to get at, in a sense, because even before the sales tax aspect of it is acknowledging the economic development and how it operates. The city has a role to play in providing some type of engine producing contract development, like all of the things you do with the bond is spend money. And that money spent usually is spent with businesses, is spent on services, and it usually creates the type of investment, if it is sincerely around, the green and equitable infrastructure. It could be pedestrian bridges across, streetways that we talked about. It could be like in Winston-Salem, the way that the bridges connect the hotels, and creating this off the road, like that's around safety. But I know when this conversation initially started, it started in 2019, 20, and there was more of a we need wind and solar farms. And it kind of grew from there, from the green aspect into this equitable, we need to serve, to cover those communities that have not been served. And as we continue forward, the evolution is great. I mean, it gets better every year, but it's still frustrating to not touch any of those things. And adding on to it a convention center or a redeveloped convention center, I mean, it's phenomenal, but at what point do we actually pull the trigger and actually get it done? I would say,
Locked and loaded, ready to pull the trigger. And just to put some examples out there, we have DPAC, we have Carolina Theater, and any other event space that does just that. So I'm looking forward to exploring, expanding those opportunities.
Just wanted to make sure staff, like, is there enough consensus real around what we said? I just want to make sure that we, like, because I've heard a lot of different things and I'm a little bit like, is there consensus around, yes, we're interested in a bond or we're not? I just want to make sure staff is clear. Because I'm a little bit not clear.
You were talking about continuing the conversation on whether we were interested or not, or?
I think what we agreed upon is we are all interested in a bond, but as a part of a financial strategy based upon what we want to fund. So I mentioned for me, it will be some more housing, also the quote infrastructure, streets, all the stuff that the departments are looking at. They narrowed that down. We've now heard your idea of a convention center. So I think if we give them a list of things that we want to consider, as I was talking with the city manager, you know, she said the clearer, and I think we've already heard it from all the financial folks, the clearer we are and the more concise we are at what we're trying to fund, that gives them the opportunity to be kind of nimble in how we fund it. So I think the part of the conversation I want to steer us to now, we know that we're looking at a bond, but that's in a part of a financial strategy. But what are the things that we want them to look at in terms of where we are, what we're interested in funding, other than the ones that I've outlined: affordable housing, the convention center, and of course all of the requests from our departments. Is there any other areas that you all want them to look at? No, I think it goes back to that green piece of this and all those dollars that are now available federally. If we're gonna really be serious about adding solar panels, if we're gonna green our older buildings, if we're gonna green our older parks and rec centers. I mean, like, there's so many different projects that could come forward. And I wanna say again, the safety aspect of figuring out how to build infrastructure so folks can get on the road safely is important. And the longer we wait, the more car accidents that occur and pedestrians that are injured, like, it's still pressing. Thank you. So to that list, now we have green solar energy. I just want them to have an idea and then and kind of cap it so that it just doesn't become everything that we absolutely think is wrong. You know, just so I'm now at kind of 4 things: affordable house, a convention center, all of the needs that our department has that are reasonable, and we know they all are, which would include the bulk of the infrastructure and parks and things. Is there anything else so that they have a list?
For me, a point of clarity is, are we talking about an infrastructure bond that's in addition to the projects that staff are already proposing?
The bond is, I'm thinking that the bond is a part, just one part of a financial strategy. Because they're the experts and they're able to tell us, okay, maybe this is what amount you may need to appropriate in a bond. And maybe these things need to stay in the CIP. And maybe these things need to stay in the general fund so that we have a way to kind of have a package rather than just focus specifically on the bond, but just a package of things that we can kind of look around. That's my thought, man, and I'm not really financially literate in this space, but I'm thinking, we tell them what we want, they tell us the best way to fund these things, and if, in fact, it's reasonable to have all of those wants in this one kind of idea.
I wanted to give the budget director an opportunity real quick, because I see his hand on the mic, and before I ask a question.
It's real simple. What you're discussing currently does not immediately impact my staff because my staff is focused on the FY24 budget. And this happens after.
Okay, thank you. So to the mayor's point, which was what I asked about earlier, when we were talking about the green equitable projects and the CIP, to me, it's like, where are the gaps? And then, right? So within the CIP, you know, there's a list. We got an excellent presentation from Parks and Rec around, you know, $65 million to do the parks. I can imagine that would be hard. It's a big ticket item, and in my mind, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense to put it on infrastructure bond or parking infrastructure bond or park affordable housing infrastructure bond. Right, so I think that's how I want to see it. I want to see the best, like, it makes sense to fund it this way. That is a lot of money. Maybe don't do it that way. And then, is there a package that would make sense to put in front of voters?
So can I just ask one clarification? Are we looking for calendar year 24, or are we looking for 23?
23. I wanted to just step back to John Allore's statement. What you're saying is that this bond wouldn't impact staff because they're currently focused on this budget now, but come June, if they needed to focus on a bond, that would be fine. Or different stuff.
So what Mr. Allore is speaking about is, you know, a bond referendum, the payment back or any of that doesn't have anything to actually do with the current budget that we're working on. It's primarily the financial staff and other team members that work, you know, particularly project, you know, heavy departments that work on the research and the back, you know, the back end part of, you know, pricing, you know, what would be a, you know, an appropriate amount to put into a bond package. But it would be doing that in advance of a schedule that we are required to adhere to in order to put that package together first and then put it on an election date. We have had bond discussions during our budget retreats and had the referendum on that year. We've taken longer to put packages together. And as you can see, the most recent ones were like a single type bond that is easier, you know, to put information together for, compared to the one I believe that was 110 million, that was very, it involved different projects and different investments. And that took a lot longer and a lot more people and a lot more engagement of the community in order to do a bond like that. So that's not picking a year or a time, but it's just, you know, it would be, as the finance director said, you know, it would be a lot to put together that for, you know, for November. It doesn't mean it can't be done.
Thank you. I think Her Honor has given us a path forward, and really done a great job in kind of crystallizing what the staff needs to talk about. And I think we need to have another conversation future as a council. I would just also say that I think the most compelling argument I think that can be made for this to be 24 rather than 23 is the conversation we just had. I think the people of the city deserve to have this kind of conversation as well about what this needs to be, to focus on what we're issuing this bond for, what we're floating debt as a municipality for. What we've just done, I think the people need to have time to do as well. But I think lends itself to the educational process, which made the housing bond so successful, over 70% I'd like to see that same type of success with this bond. And again, final point, that there's some things we can do. We can pick something off the CIP right now and say, instead of spending $6 million there, let's put it in Merrick-Moore for their side. Right now, we have that power. Do that right now rather than look 5 to 7, 10 years down the road. Thank you, Mayor.
And I'm looking at a email that Attorney Rayburn just sent concerning when we might present a bond referendum. And we have a couple of dates, November 7th, 2023, March 5th, 2024, and November 5th, 2024. And I would agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I think these issues are so important, and keeping in mind that our staff is we are already compressed with them. I think we need to do with all deliberateness, but not let time of this year become the driving component, because there are some things that we can do. And it would be nice to be able to have our city engaged to the extent that it allows. And we're in March now. So to do a really good job and put people under that kind of pressure, you're talking about 7 months, 8 months. That's not a lot of time. And if we give them the wherewithal within the parameters that we've set, and we come back and have another conversation, you know, in the next couple of weeks as we go through this process, I think it will it will reveal what is the correct time. I don't think we have to decide that today. I think we need to give them time enough to understand what we think our priorities are, give us a financial strategy to get there, and then we can worry about time at that point. Does that make sense? All right. Do we have thumbs up on that? All right. So just to recap, just to make sure, because I don't want us to come back and have 50 other million things for them to look at, right? Right now, we have a list of about 5. Convention center, our infrastructure needs, which will include our departmental requests, which includes your parks, your the street, and solar energy. Going once, going green items, going once, going twice, and affordable housing. That's it. That should be it. Okay? All right. Well done, everybody. Thank you. Now we found it out. We've gone over time, so I'll turn it back over to Mr. Allore. But great discussion, great presentation. Thank you.
We're gonna move right on here, and I'm gonna ask our guests to, as I do this introduction, to please take your time to set up, which would be great. We are very fortunate this afternoon to have with us Elaine, Keegan, and Hilary Pollan from TJCOG to help facilitate this discussion around council budget requests. And they've asked me to say a few opening remarks, give some context around this. I think some context around this having to do with how we got here and where we think we're going. To give you the historical context around council budget requests, this first slide. So we've been doing this for about 4 years. In 2021, when we began the process, we had 10 requests at 3.1 million. Next year, we had 12 requests at 2 million. Last year, 6 requests at 2 million. FY24, where we are right now, 25 requests at 44 million. And so, you know, to frame that, and this is theoretical, but we all know now what depending on the tax rate is, it's about $4 million. Theoretically, if we were to do all of that, it would cost us about 10 cents. Nobody is proposing we do that. We certainly, you know, something that hasn't been discussed. at all today is ARPA funding. And I'm sure a lot of folk make some requests with that in mind. So we will get to that. We acknowledge that in some of these requests, there may be redundancies with departments putting in parallel requests. And we want to get to that discussion. We also recognize in some cases, some council members make duplicative requests, possibly, but we want to get some language around that. Certainly when we got these requests, our department did some limited evaluation around this. And I'm just going to quickly go through this. Around impact, population served, advanced equity, strategic planning, alignment, funding, frequency, administrative impact. We looked at this, but in a very accelerated fashion. We have new staff, and we didn't have a lot of time. But what we were really trying to do was hone in on a number and try to get some clarity with departments about capacity issues, and redundancies. Are you already planning this or those kind of things? But what we really want to hear today is the requesters' words around what they're requesting and to help us understand what it is. So again, as I said, those are the goals to review each briefly. Hilary and Elena are going to take us through it's a stoplight process. So they want to try and move very, very rapidly to some consensus around what can everybody agree on, either move forward for consideration in the budget, or what can maybe be delayed, or there's another avenue for that, so that they can concentrate for the subsequent discussions around the yellow. Where do we need more discussion in the time that we have here? We got a little over, but I guarantee you, the city manager does not need a half hour for closing remarks. So we are very, very good here. I think the other point that I want to address is, if we were to add a lot of these, or if we were to add a lot of, there are also departmental budget requests. There is not capacity, there's capacity to do some, but I don't think all. And so how do you fund that? Well, there's really two avenues here. Increased revenue, or something that we haven't talked about in a while, and that's budget cuts. We did not ask departments this year to go through an exercise of what we call contingency cuts. If you needed to shore down your budget, what would you do in order to achieve that? And I only bring that up because if that were an avenue we had to pursue in order to arrive at some consensus, it would require additional work from departments that they were not planning to do. And I would say, added to that, there's some discussion around the bond and things like that. Could we outsource things like that? I would add that realistically, the people who do the work around this area about project scoping, about the cuts, about department requests and evaluation are the same people. They're building capacity in the 24 to 27 departments, but it's largely the same people because they're the keepers of the knowledge. So it is, I don't want to overemphasize it. I think we're all struggling with burdens, but it would be an extra burden on departments, and I don't want to lose sight of that. So I'm going to close there and give the floor to Hilary and Elena. We're very happy to have you here. I guess the final thing I would say is, why did we bring them in here? We just think it's a better approach to have them come in and discuss this. It lends an element of, to facilitate this, a neutral perspective that we really appreciate. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So as John mentioned, we're really thrilled to be here with you this afternoon. I want to give a little bit of perspective from Triangle J. I know some of you have worked with us extensively and some of you may not have. I know one of your council members is our board chair. So in that sense, you are well represented at Triangle J right now. We are an organization that is regional in scope. And so a lot of our work is working to coordinate across communities. And so that is a lot of the stuff that you are probably engaging with us on a day-to-day basis on. But one thing that we found as a way that we really can be useful to our members
which is the local government side of the city of Durham, is through facilitating these conversations. In the past couple of years, budget retreats and council retreats have become something that we are often asked to participate in, because they're really sort of pivotal conversations for you as council members and your staff to decide, come to consensus on what the year ahead will look like and what your budget will look like in the year ahead. And so I just wanted to share that. We're really thrilled to be here with you, and it's great to get to hear some of the previous presentations as well. So as John mentioned, we do have a pretty intense, I guess is the best way to put it, process we're gonna go through with you. And we hope that you'll work with us through this process. We budgeted, or we allocated an hour and a half. We're a little bit behind time starting, so we're gonna just adjust as we need to. We're gonna try and stick with those time slots. So I have a process document here. We're all gonna have to work together to shift the timing in our brain. So we're gonna start with process. We wanna make sure everyone really understands the process that we've outlined here so that it goes smoother once we get into the next steps. So I'm gonna talk through that in a moment as we go. Then we're gonna do what we're calling categorization. So I provided each of you with 3 color cards. And I know some of this might feel kind of odd. We're gonna be using the stoplight method. So we're gonna be going one by one through this project list that you all hopefully have looked over a little bit beforehand. That was submitted by all of you. And we're gonna be going one by one through each of them. And each of you are gonna introduce your items. So you all have submitted these projects for consideration by the city manager. We're gonna go one by one through each of these projects. We're gonna ask you to introduce your item as it comes up. And then we're gonna give everyone a few moments to provide, to look over the item and then make a decision on to what category you think this project would fall into. And there's 3 options. It's the red, the yellow, and the green. And I'll talk in a minute about how we sort of identify these colors to what they mean specifically. And I do want to stress, because I know the previous conversation was future bonds, and we're talking about the next budget, this fiscal year 24 budget season, right? So this is making decisions, are these projects in that budget? And then we are going to spend some time focused on projects that are in the yellow category. And actually, I'll stop for a minute and explain just so that everyone understands. So you should have a second sheet beside the spreadsheet. And you'll see 3 definitions for red, yellow, and green. And these are how those colors translate into what City Manager Page will consider in her budget. And we're looking for consensus. So we're going to be going by majority rules with colors. So if you hold up green, you're indicating that you think that that project should be considered by the city manager in the fiscal year 24 budget. If you hold up a yellow, you think maybe it should be considered, or you have questions, right? So there may be some things you just don't understand about the project, you want to ask further of your fellow council members. That can also be why you hold a yellow. And then red would be that you do not think it should be considered in fiscal year 24 budget. And we're gonna count by the majority of where those go. And we're gonna be putting them up on these boards. And then we're gonna spend time focusing on the yellow. So that's where, if you've held up a yellow, you might have questions about the project, and we're gonna focus on those questions. Now, I wanna make sure that this process, everyone understands how we're gonna go through this process. Are there any questions at this point about categorization or discussion of yellow? Yes.
So question, more of a comment. I just want to say, I didn't know we were going to be doing it this way.
Okay.
That usually this is all yellow, because almost always, except the person that presented it, they're green. And, the yellow, we all have clarifying questions usually.
Yeah.
So I'm probably going to be doing a lot of yellow, not because I'm red, but because I just have some questions.
And that's fine.
Okay.
So we know that there will be a lot of things in yellow, but what we want is a gut reaction, right? We do want that gut reaction first. And we want that from everyone. There's a lot of projects on this list, right? So John just went through the numbers. He showed you what we've seen previously. You've heard about constraints throughout the day for the budget already. And so we want that gut reaction of red, yellow, or green. And then yes, we know there's gonna be lots of yellows potentially, and that's okay. Our goal is that we actually end up in the yellow discussion longer than 25 minutes, but we've allocated 25 minutes for that, just knowing that we have a lot of projects to get through. Is there any other questions on process?
So just go over the colors again.
Yes, so green means that you think that city manager Page and her team should consider it in the budget. Yellow means you might think this, you might think she should consider it, or you have questions, so you want to ask the person who submitted the project, and then red means you do not think it should be considered.
And those are on your handout.
Yes, and they're also on your handout, just as a, so you need a reminder that they're on your handout. We've also provided what John mentioned. He said that his team often they do analysis on budget requests from departments. And you also have the same analysis criteria that his team uses on that sheet. There's 6 different areas, but if you would like to use that, you are welcome to. You are encouraged to use those areas, those analysis criteria as well. So I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to Hilary. She's just going to do a reminder, because I know we're jumping right into this process of how we're going to do the categorization, and then we're going to jump right in. So I'm going to hand it over to Hilary.
Thank you, Elena. Okay, so the process again, we're going to have the council member who has recommended the item briefly introduce the item. You'll then have a few moments to decide if you think it is green, if you'd like to categorize it as green, which means it will be considered in the city manager's budget. Yellow is it may be considered in the city manager's budget, or you have questions. And red is it will not be considered in the city manager's budget. Once everybody has shown their color, you'll have a moment to reconsider when you see what your other council mates have shared. And then I will call for a final color. And then based on that, we will, again, majority rules, put it into green, yellow, or red. Okay? Yes.
What is your name?
And my name is Hilary.
Hilary, I know this is live, but where's the color to broad? No, I'm kidding. The color to broad people. I'm only kidding.
Yeah, and so I just want to remind people we are working towards consensus. Yes, you have a question. If there's a tie, what do you do? Yeah, so if there's a tie, we will put it in yellow. Yeah. And I just want to remind people we are working to have understanding around areas of consensus and areas of uncertainty. Okay, do we want to give it a try?
Yes.
Okay.
No
We've
pressure.
got this.
Okay, are you first? Okay.
All right, so I'd like to ask Councilmember Holsey Hyman to introduce request number 1.
Hello, and I would have to go first. Okay, so mine is the annual National Mentoring Month celebration. So this year we were able to do that with the actually support of the council, and I had asked for some funds to do that. And so going forward, I was told that I probably, if we wanted to do it again, that we need to probably put it in the budget. I will say it was very successful. And the mentoring organizations were very happy with the fact that number one, they were all able to get together and also be honored by the city because they're doing great work. And again, I want to say this was just our celebration for one night, but I'd like to take it to a further, to just make, do something different, maybe a conference or something next year. Again, the reason and rationale for this is because mentoring is a evidence-based model in terms of safety in communities and working on risky behaviors for youth. So that was the rationale for this.
Thank you. And I forgot to mention, there is a suggested information to be included when you introduce your item. So we need the project name, the budget impact, and the project purpose. So would you mind also providing the budget impact?
Okay, I think I asked for, is that the 50,000 for, okay, 3 years for the annual budget.
Okay. All right, so please, council members, prepare your colors. Okay, it's overwhelmingly yellow, so we're gonna put it on yellow. All right, next I invite Mayor O'Neill, item number 2.
All righty. Okay, all right. Come on. So I am asking for a calendar year in bonus for city employees. This is my only budget request. This is coming out of with the annual budget of $300. And the reason being simply, I've had a year to think about it, and I always try to clean up around my own front door first. And so I wanted my budget request this year to go to those who make it happen for the city. And on top of that, other agencies that I would work at least get a turkey or something at Christmas. So $300 is not a lot. It might buy you a turkey and the dressing and all of that, but at least it's something. So that's my only budget request. And I hope that it won't be one time. I hope that it will be reoccurring and we will increase it next year.
And the budget impact for this year?
750,000.
750,000, okay. So please prepare your color. Okay, back to yellow. All right, item number 3, Councilmember Holstein-Hyman.
Well, I don't really want to do this one. Okay. So I'm gonna go as well. The City of Durham entering Alliance Collaboration Pilot Program. The rationales for the City of Durham entering Alliance Collaboration Program to enhance community partnerships, to mentor youth, and provide a one-time shop for community members to be updated around information, because a lot of the community is telling that they're not aware of where these programs are and what the programs offer to service youth. And so it was a $230,000 reoccurring annual budget.
Thank you. All right, please prepare your color. All right, you guys.
You did warn, you did warn.
Yeah.
This is the nature of this meeting.
That's okay.
It's a yellow meeting.
We actually were hoping we'd have more time in yellow discussion, so we definitely will.
We're gonna work towards that. Okay, item number 4, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. So this is a proposal to restart a community engagement program that we ran several years back, where the city, the county, and the school board all collaborated to do a series of in-person meetings around the budget of all the public bodies in the community. We were planning to restart it in 2020, and then COVID happened, and it was indefinitely postponed. So this proposal is to restart that with a little bit of a twist, which is to, instead of just having it be a open invitation for whoever can show up, to choose people to participate in a similar way as we do our community survey, in order to try to get a representative sample of Durham residents to participate in the conversations, and then incentivize people with monetary, like with payments, to actually come and do the engagement, with the goal of being able to have a little bit of a deeper engagement than a survey with the same kind of representation across the entire city that we would get from that kind of like scientific based choosing of participants. The budget is $163,500. It says recurring, but it probably wouldn't be an every year thing, maybe like an every other year kind of thing. I think it's a pretty big lift for every year.
Okay. Please share your color. Okay. Mariella?
I would just mention too that if you, when you're talking about budget impact, it'd be great for, I know we've got a note taker, and this will be helpful for staff. How you got to that number would be really useful as well. So when you're providing the budget number, also just where it came from.
So that's in the document that we submitted. I don't know if y'all have access to the form that we submitted where we had to get into more detail. Because it would be kind of a lot to like.
Okay, that's fine.
We have that, and analysts are standing by to answer questions.
Okay. Item number 5, Councilmember Williams.
Thank you. So this came from working with a few nonprofits in the community, specifically the co-working space over at Reese City, with many of their nonprofits that are doing a lot of community-based work. This is an opportunity to provide good faith and community engagement. As of right now, our community engagement is it is up for grabs, and this is an opportunity for folks to actually be a part of a real solutions-based culture And the $25,000 ask came as a supplemental for what the organizations will be putting in as well. So not asking the city to fully fund it, but asking the city to supplement what community members already actually doing. It's called a Community Design Lab.
Thank you. All right, please prepare your colors. All right, item number 6, Councilmember Williams.
So really simple, a Durham Convention Center feasibility study. Basically working with, the number 88,000 came from working with the current convention center, and their team and the past company that did the feasibility study of the original ones, who are still local. Whenever a city has a thriving local economy, it's because they're doing things doing things such as generating revenue that is not necessarily, as I said earlier, having to go back into the actual, basically you're not expanding the tax base only by people who are moving there, but you're actually expanding the tax base by creating opportunity to pull from other areas where folks live. So we may generate we would generate, $100 million, but we don't have to give it to anyone who lives in Apex. And that's what this does. So $88,000 would pay for itself, tenfold. So doing a convention study, feasibility study would set us on a course for really understanding what we need to ask for and partner with to expand downtown. Right now, our convention center capacity is around, 800 to 1,000 people. Imagine if we had 3,000 people, 3,000 person capacity convention center. That would break down a lot of money, a lot. So.
Thank you. All right. Green.
Yes.
We did it. Okay. Number 7, Councilmember Williams.
That was a lot. All right. Do it again. All right. So one thing our state has shown us in our federal government is a divestment in the arts is just something that doesn't work. And in this case, I'd like Durham to be a leader at appreciating the arts again. And when you go to successful mid-sized to large-sized cities, one thing you really see them capitalize on is the arts. And so not many people know that we actually have a symphony, the Durham Symphony and Orchestra. And what this is doing is basically supporting them like we used to back in the day. We have a robust symphony that we perform at the Carolina Theater. And there are many people, just like they come to shows at DPAC, they will come to shows at Carolina Theater or DPAC, that watch, see concerts of our symphony. The ticket sales will pay for itself threefold. So I'm asking for $100,000.
Okay, thank you. And Councilman Pollan.
Oh, Lord.
All right, next we have Councilmember Williams, item number 8.
Oh, okay, so this one, so President Biden just allocated, I believe, over $30 billion for vocational training, 37, I believe, vocational training across the nation. Many municipalities around the country, and including Charlotte here in North Carolina, are taking advantage of this with the Iron Workers Association, where they have the curriculum already, they have the all of the resources to bring it here, but they would need to be planted here. And what 50,000 would do is supplement what they will be contributing to, as well as establishing a citywide apprenticeship program that would really, we were just talking about this in the Welcome Venture Park case with the Bragtown community. This is doing that same thing, except it has the money that comes with it with the organization that would provide $18 to $35 an hour for folks that are literally just starting out. The program pays for, and the Iron Workers Association, this is really important. The Iron Workers Association, which covers all traditional trades, from electricity to drywall to painting, they pay for these program participants $18 to $35 an hour, healthcare and pension. It's a 4-year program. They spend 8 weeks in the classroom and then they're on the job site. This is creating jobs, it's expanding our tax base, and it's actually solving the labor shortage that we have in a lot of our construction projects. And based on the general contractors that I've spoken to, they all pull specifically from this program, and there's over 7 million, I can't remember the number, but there are 7 years worth of work lined up right now that they're short for.
Thank you. All right, others?
And it's green.
All right, next we have item number 10, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. So this is a repeat item that I also put through last year, which did not move on to the budget last year, which is to contract with the local nonprofit, the North Carolina Employee Ownership Center, to provide technical support and assistance for employee companies. The contract would be managed by OEWD, but the work would all be done by the contractor, and employee-owned companies, you know, just have some more like specific technical support needs than traditional businesses. And they also have some really incredible benefits, particularly with regard to our strategic plan goal of shared economic prosperity. So this would provide $75,000 a year for 2 years to build up that program to support that.
Thank you. All right, others, please. Okay, Bella. All right, and item number 11, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you again. So this is pretty self-explanatory. We currently have a violence interrupter program that operates in 6 census tracts. It's a partnership between the city and the county. This would allow the program to expand to an additional 4 tracts. When the VCU folks came to council last year, their director spoke a lot about their desire to continue growing and expanding. The county is putting a big investment into them in their new building, and so this would increase the city's investment as well into this partnership.
And President Green. And number 11, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. So again, this is pretty self-explanatory. We currently have the HART crisis response program that provides service in one part of the city for about 12 hours a day. This would increase the coverage to be 24/7 service citywide. The staff cannot come up with budget amount, which is, you know, me either. There's also there's a proposal of community safety, I'm sure also to expand HART. I think the question of whether we go to 27 citywide is really a separate question from the service level, which is really the budget question. Like, we could right now have our folks respond to calls anywhere in the city. It would be harder to go 24 hours with our current staffing, but we could say, okay, y'all are gonna respond to calls anywhere in the city without adding more staff. That would, of course, be the opposite of, you know, what we're trying to do with making staff not burn out, go crazy and quit. So I think having additional staff to do that would be necessary. The question of how much staff, I think, is something we would have to work out as we move forward in the discussion, and also, of course, in conversation with the department. But I think that it's really important that everyone in our community have access to the HART service, and we've had a lot of folks in the community express the desire to access it. And it's been really successful. It's been an incredibly successful program. And I want to keep it growing and keep it moving.
All right, colors, please. And we have green.
Yeah, you're ahead. So, yeah, ditto to Councilman Johnson in terms of the expansion for the heart program, but I wanted to take it one step further. We have our crisis call diversion, the community response team, our co-response, and then we have our care navigation. And I think right now that the care navigation, they stay with the family for, I think, 30 days. What I'd like to see is kind of a case management where they are staying with the family a little longer, because sometimes when you go out to the family, that particular person that the incident was pulled on, it's a whole family that sometimes you have to wrap services around. And sometimes there's barriers to linking the families to services. I didn't really know how much this was gonna cost, so I didn't put in an amount, but there's an amount here, and then it says 2 years, but I wanted it to be reoccurring, so I think the staff will do this, I don't know.
It's part of the analysis.
Fair enough.
All right, we have a vote.
Yes, what's it for, or we wait?
We're gonna wait on questions. Yeah, but I would actually note your questions, write them down, so you don't lose them.
So I think that's good.
Yes. All right, number 13. Yeah, again.
Alrighty, so this was a grassroots violence prevention efforts. So to increase and provide funding for grassroots violence prevention efforts in Durham, using innovative pathways to foster stronger community engagement and involvement with youth. So what I want to see is a request for $400,000 per year for 3 years to support existing and also maybe some new non-profits that are really working with reducing gun violence in Durham, because we have extremely high statistics around gun violence and the interaction with youth. So it would be funding programs that are doing it, if we have any, and if not, trying to figure out some that would just be focusing on reducing gun violence for youth.
Thank you very much. Durham just participated about 29 other U.S. cities in one of the most successful pilots of guaranteed income in our nation's history. We received $500,000 from Jack Dorsey, who's the former CEO of Twitter. We added about $135,000 in city administrative funds. We had over 100 justice-involved individuals participate in the pilot. Not one of them had any cases of recidivism during that time participating in the guaranteed income pilot. The last check went out, I think last week, maybe a week and a half ago. Our partners around the country are going to engage in about an 8-month to year-long study. I think we should keep it going. I think I'm asking for a placeholder of $1 million to nearly double the number of participants, to be determined whether or not those will remain justice involved individuals, or with our partners at Step Up Durham and others, expand that. So that's it in a nutshell.
All right. All right, I have one I'm holding on here.
Okay, this is my last one. Home ownership education pilot. So a lot of us were very, just the information that we received, one of the deep dives in housing in terms of how can we move some of our residents who are renting to, buying. And so I just thought about that, and I said, trying to have a pilot where our residents are educated around navigating from the path to, for home ownership, because that number was so large and all of us at the table were like, oh my goodness. So just maybe try to come up with a pilot to be able to do some workshops or whatever to kind of move them from renting to home ownership.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. This is just continuing funding for the Immigrant Legal Defense Fund, which we're already funding for 1 more year. And then while it wouldn't impact this budget cycle, mirroring what we've done with DEER, which is that we continue to fund DEER, but just at a lower level. and they have been able to expand their donors. It's a $250,000 ask. It's recurring. We already have the contract with the nonprofit. So just to continue with what we're already doing. We got one more. Thank you. This is 2 more positions in the immigrant refugee. It's basically to create an immigrant refugee affairs department. We already have 1 position. This is a position that both the city and the county fund. The program is actually vetted in the county, not in the city. Commissioner Alum on the county commissioner side has already put her budget request in on the county commission side. And it's basically to expand it to from a 1-person team to a 3-person team. We had gotten some information from one of our former employees around being able to create a supervisor role, somebody who would focus on refugee affairs and somebody who would focus on immigrant affairs because they have different needs in our community. And as folks have seen in the last 2 years, we've had a massive increase in refugees either from Afghanistan and Ukraine, so that pressure in our community is growing. And we would, the county, it's a 50-50 split, and we would have to just update the interlocal agreement. And it's I'm sorry, it's $175,000 a year, it's reoccurring. Councilmember Williams.
Thank you. I think this is probably what I'm most passionate about, so everyone hold your green cards up. You know, black men and black boys in the city, or let's say nationally, are, you know, academically, proficiency wise, according to the data that's been recorded, are at the lowest of the totem pole. But when it comes to crime, we just happen to be at the top of the totem pole. And I think that's backwards. And when you look at our crime, our criminal behavior in Durham, especially gun violence, it's always young black men on each other. And I'm so sick and tired of thoughts and prayers. And I'm tired of praying hands, emojis. Like, we aren't doing anything but reactively acknowledging it. I would love for Durham to take a stance like Boston did, where they created an entire office on the affairs of black men and boys, or like Miami, where they created an entire citywide initiative for black men and boys. I just want to be able to answer this question. And we don't need to create a commission, we don't need to create a department right now, but it would be great to create a task force that could really look specifically into what are the root causes of this, and allow that task force to inform us on the best practices moving forward, or how we can respond as a community. And I'm asking for easily $25,000.
Thank you. This is a creation of the Vision Zero coordinator. I know the transportation department has also put this budget request in. Staff put the amount at 90,000 because that was due to their analysis. It would be reoccurring. I do want to emphasize that this request came to me through BPAC, the Bike Pedestrian Advisory Commission, which is where I'm the staff liaison. So I'm just lifting up a request from the community and just kind of using it since I'm a liaison. Okay, colors. Councilmember Elaine.
And lastly, Durham is so cool. It's a place where folks want to be. And we should feel that way when we're dropping into the city. As of right now, our welcome to Durham signs are so dilapidated and outdated. They just, welcome to the city of medicine. It sounds depressing when you look at that sign. So I worked with Discover Durham on this to do a feasibility study. The cost of that feasibility study was $25,000. It would basically redesign. The big redesign, it'll inform us on the redesign, the community engagement to redesign, and the placement, and it will just really update the imagery of our city when you're driving into Durham from all vessels outside it. And again, No, it'll be the way making, side.
But this 25,000 will pay for the size.
No. It'll do everything we need to do to prepare to implement the project.
Okay. Colors, please. Green. Councilmember Freeman.
No.
Number 21.
So number 21 is the CIP item, Federal Street Planning Group request. Moving this item listed in Federal Street Planning Group into the CIP. Just acknowledging that this project was a project that was held out from 2009 or 10. And all of the other projects were done throughout. So it's Andrew Driver, Gold 5 Points, West Chapel Hill Street, East Main Street, and Federal Street is the only one that was never done. And so over the years, it's been kind of heartbreaking to watch, just acknowledging that this would be a way to essentially create more walkable sidewalks, making sure that they're handicap accessible with ramps, and that the concrete had gutters and downspouts, so to speak, catch basin drainage, and that actually met the BMP standards, consolidation of our overhead utility wires to high poles and locate them on the street side, and on one side of the street as opposed to both, and conduits for service connections. And I just want to say again, this was kind of around the equity issue that this one project is remaining, and it's the closest to North Carolina Central, a historically Black college and university. It feels awful that it's not done already, and I just want to move it forward.
I'm just, on the budget item, that's unknown at this point.
It's unknown. I would say that back when it was done, it was about, I think all 5 or 6 of the projects were 60 million. So I'm not sure how much the one, because I didn't get the numbers.
Okay. I think it was yellow, so we'll, Councilmember Freeman, you're up again.
So the Hayti Justice Reborn Justice Movement, this is actually, it should be 6 million over 3 years. But it's essentially creating this backbone system that would kind of house the supports for our formerly justice involved folks. It's being led at this point by folks who aren't justice involved, but the folks who need to get to that point where they are. I know that there's been some conversations in the background to try and get them set up with the triangle, United Way of the Triangle, and making sure that they were set up as a nonprofit, but this would help them move further along and actually getting up on the ground. And so I just ask that we move this forward.
We'll know that it's 6 million, just to clarify that. Mayor Bertha.
Thank you, colleagues. After World War II, the United States spent millions and millions of dollars rebuilding Europe in something called the Marshall Plan. Europe was in ruins, bomb damage. America spent American tax dollars to rebuild Europe. Many of the capitals we visit today look the way they do because of American dollars. If you travel around our country, many of our inner cities look like they were bombed out, but they weren't because of war, because of historical disinvestment, historical neglect. Literally, you can go to the other side of the tracks, still in many U.S. cities, and see the results of the disinvestment by our own government. I think we have an opportunity to do something historic. We one of the first, by my research, the first municipality in the United States to place a significant placeholder in their budget aimed specifically at equitable redress for past injustices. Now, to concretize this, make it more specific, but there are a number, and Councilmember Freeman, I think there's a number of overlap. There are a number of voices and groups in the Hayti, and this will be firstly be focused on the Hayti, the historic Hayti community, for a couple of reasons. One, it is the most dramatic example that Durham has of sucking out wealth and destroying Black wealth in our history. American More Brack and a lot of other neighborhoods, but for us, the one that's most nationally and internationally known is what happened to Black Wall Street, but particularly Hayti. 147 is a reminder every time we drive on it. Secondly, from a city's tourism point of view, this is not just about Black folk. There are places in this country, Sweet Auburn in Atlanta, when you go to see Dr. King's home, Sugar Hill in Harlem, many other places, where folk actually make pilgrimage and spend a lot of dollars in cities to come see these places. I believe that, and I've spoken with folk at Discover Durham, that we need to place Hayti on footing to become that for Durham, to generate tourism dollars, not only preserve the history and try and do right by some of the descendants that still live there, but also make this a place that you must come see when you come to Durham. So part of this money, and Marshall Plan, it should say Marshall type plan, but the nomenclature will probably be different. Part of it will be to stand up the Hayti Community Development Corporation there, which could really act as a clearinghouse for all of the different voices and plans that we have along the Fayetteville Street corridor. It would also be a placeholder for some type of demonstration project to determine an anchoring demonstration project along the Fayetteville Street corridor. It's also be used for place finding, street beautification, and deferred infrastructure along the Fayetteville Street corridor as well. And I'm asking for $10 million, possibly ARPA fund, one-time hold, not to be spent all at one time, but a demonstration that Durham is taking equity and historically seriously.
Great.
Thank you, folks.
Councilmember.
Yes, and similarly, the next request is a little bit of overlap, but it's specific to a ULI Federal Street corridor study that was conducted by the folks with Trend, Chicago Trend, Center for Urban Entrepreneurship, Economic Development, Rutgers School of Business, and also the Prestige Foundation and Tiger Management Consulting. And I would say that all these folks were brought together trying to figure out how to address the needs on Federal Street, just knowing like this has been the eyesore for this community for too long, including the Durham Housing Authority site for Fayetteville Street Apartments, which looks like a war zone. And so in addressing some of those ongoing challenges, the Federal Street Corridor Plan actually looks to address specifically the Hayti District and the city's Black-owned businesses, the reputation as a major hub of economic activity for the 20th century. This district was named and founding fathers of growing neighborhoods and the Republic of Haiti. After the Republic of Haiti, the only nation of the world created by successful Black slave removal. In 1958, authorization of this construction of the Durham Freeway 147 effectively dismantled much of the once thriving Hayti community, and Durham's urban renewal program in the late 1960s and 70s combined with the freeway caused the long-standing scars of community trauma and local construction. And so this plan that the ULI group has put together was pushed through or from the community into me, and so I'm asking for a placeholder for $10 million. Thank you.
Question, is this not the signing up? You are allowed to do something. This is like.
There's one 10 million.
Okay, so sounds like it's sort of the same thing.
I don't think they're the same. You don't think they're the same.
So it sounds like it's a yellow on that number right now.
I think we need 20, but yeah.
Okay. And there's one more, that's yours, or Freeman.
The Homeless Services Advisory Committee just acknowledging that there was a number of requests that came forward, but there weren't any dollar amounts tied to it or staff. And so I just wanted to make sure there's a placeholder on my list for any items that they may have needed.
Okay, so we've gone through the list, so I'm going to pause for 1 minute. We are gonna move into the yellows and talk about those a bit more. But before we do that, we just wanna hold on the greens for a second and give you a dollar amount of what you put in green. And I also want to remind you in this definition, this sort of what we agreed upon, this is that the city manager will consider these for the budget. So green means go, it's consideration. So I'm gonna ask whoever's going, thank you. So right now we've got $14 million and $61,000.96 in green.
And then we got 29 million in yellow. So everyone has those numbers. I'll turn it over to Hilary.
All right, we have, so basically, we're just gonna go from left to right, and this is the moment for you to share your questions or to clarify uncertainties. And we have, I think, we have about 30 minutes for this.
We're focusing on the yellow board.
Right, focusing on the yellow board. And if we want to go numerically, we can, but we do not have to.
Oh, can I make a statement? Oh, well, we were gonna go in order around the
Oh, I'm
table.
sorry.
We can start at either end, sorry.
I was thinking clockwise for no reason, but that's okay. Are you?
Sure. Okay. I guess what would be helpful for me and for staff is to take some of these items and line them up with, like, especially with the Fayetteville Street corridor. I know that we had, I guess the grant that Heritage Center did around what folks were wanting to see. And so I would like to see a little bit more kind of collapsing of all of that information, because these are some big ticket items and I want to see what's overlapping, what's repetitive. Oh, or part of it's yellow and part of it's green, so that's where I'm also confused, sorry. And they seem like similar items, and so I think in general, anything that seems like it might be overlapping, or potentially aligned to other work that's already being done, because then essentially it moves off our ledger. And is more manageable and actually potentially fundable. So that's just a general overall request. I think honestly, until that's done, I don't really have an opinion. It's like, I'm not gonna fund $544 million worth of, not gonna say yes to $44 million, whatever the total is of council requests, when I also have to think about department requests. So until some of that kind of collapsing of information or duplicative effort is done, I don't have, a clear yay, nay, whatever. I'll just keep showing the video.
Can we go? Sorry. I think it would be helpful.
I think it would be helpful to go one by one, just because like if I have some specific questions about some of the proposals, I'd like to ask colleagues rather than just like all the people more general things.
Let's do that. Yeah, okay. So starting with item number 1, the annual mentor month.
Right.
Questions or comments?
My main question was about the amount. I think it's doing this is great. I think $50,000 is a lot
It
of
is a
money,
lot.
but I think we do it for 5 or 10.
We could, because can I say,
Because I did it for 1,500 and it was there. So let's lower it as long as we can get it done. But I mean, I'm new, so I don't know. But yes, get lower the amount.
I have a similar concern. I think that, mentoring is something that everyone in the city supports. And I think that, most importantly, the conference idea, I'd love to support that. I think that's a great opportunity for sponsorship as well. So we cannot tax folks that just invite sponsorship. I think we can make it happen. So, I was supported as staff to give us a realistic, amount, or well, maybe you can suggest an amount, but I think that there are a lot of folks that would sponsor.
so again, like, it was our
Because
purpose.
what really made me do this because I saw, going to legal cities and this is what we go for. A lot of different places are doing a lot of stuff, cities and mentoring, right? And so that's when I went to the conference, wow. So that's why I put it back. But this was our first time ever, right? So it doesn't have to be 50,000, but I wanted to take it up a notch. So we did an honoring, so let's do something like a conference. And I do agree with you in terms of being able to get some sponsorship. So we don't have to have $50,000, it could be lower, but I really would like to see it.
I suggest the amount, I think Dylan said 25, 10, so I'd be willing at 7,500 that way.
Yeah, I'm absolutely. Absolutely.
Question. There are some things, and perhaps the clerk, and is there any way we can just integrate this into our menu of things we do? each year. I know we do, is it the volunteer appreciation reception we have? I don't know how much that costs, but we already have a template, kind of like, doing things for different boards and commissions. I'm wondering, could this be as simple as just adding this to the menu of things we do already under the budget? I think the clerk, I think you manage that part of our budget, Madam Clerk. 'Cause I don't know for the reception, but I know we do them. So could we just augment that budget?
We do conduct the volunteer appreciation reception every December, and then this event would happen in January. We have used the entire department essentially to organize the volunteer appreciation reception. So this would entail another event going on as well. It will stretch us thin, and I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, my question was, is this something that we can just add? Can you kind of project what you would need to augment your budget, whatever that looks like, and just add that to our list of things we do, receptions we do each year? Because I don't know where else it would sit other than in that, in your department, so.
Depending on when we do it, it would probably involve some carryover funds in August. I haven't budgeted anything for it for January of 24.
And then there's a possibility that we could partner with the county on whatever they're doing, so that, it doesn't, fall on the clerk's department to carry it out, because I'm sure they are doing something.
Well,
Just
exactly.
have the money there.
Yeah.
And then y'all.
They
decide how to
usually
do
bring
it.
the mentoring people and honor them. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They usually do, where they bring the mentoring programs and honor them. So honestly, this was like the first time that there was a program in the city or county where they actually we had a program, right? So we can work in collaboration. I like Mayor Pro Tem's idea, but honestly, this year we got it done with a lot of interns and some staff there, and
I know you'll figure out.
So, a note on process, we do not need to move these around, but we are taking extensive notes so that your budget team can work with this conversations.
So to finalize this, I would be willing, I wanted to, if we can lower it down, like I said, I did the program with $1,500. So I just wanted to take it to the next level and do something like maybe a conference, and make sure that we as a city do something every year for mentoring month, because other cities are doing it, and I would love for us to continue it, so.
It was great.
What'd you say?
I think you're.
I can shut up now,
So, okay. Next, calendar year and bonuses to city employees, questions or curiosities?
Mine's simple, a year in bonus. You can mess with the amount if you want, but yeah, I just think they need it.
I do too, I agree. We can mess with the amount, but we need to give something to keep them here.
I have a quick question, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, my main question, I just wanted the city manager to weigh in, because I know there's probably plans, there's plans for raises, and when we did bonuses before, my understanding was that it was that we wanted to give raises, but we didn't have the recurring money until we gave bonuses. Generally, I prefer to just give people a raise rather than a bonus if we're trying to increase salaries. It seems like a lot of money to the city to give everybody kind of a small amount of money, but I'm not opposed to it. Like, it's great for making $100. It just doesn't seem like much bang for your buck overall, given the budget impact and like the small amount that we'd be able to give people.
Like I said, one of the reasons why I asked my local city manager to weigh in, one time, and I had no regard for whether people got raises, so it's kind of out of my purview. But I know that I appreciate it at the job that I had worked for before. At this year in bonus around Christmas time, it's not a lot, but it says a lot when you can give people something. It may not be a lot, but I do think that $300 for each of us in here today, if we got it today, we would be real happy. We walked out here with it in our hands today. We would not, nobody, anybody would blink
So I'll begin by saying that whenever the city, awards or rewards employees with a bonus, I know we're not gonna get into the details of the funding sources of some of this right today, but it is, it comes out of one of the baskets, which is more of a one-time item that is not, is not promised into the future. So any bonus that we give, whatever the amount, it would be coming off of, out of fund balance primarily. What I did want to just remind, and it's not necessarily related to this bonus, but in John's projections earlier today, we are only projecting the pay for performance step step increases for our employees, which we budget around 5% on top of current salaries for those increases for employees. We know that we are going to have to move some of our pay ranges because of the minimum livable wage, and we have not calculated what that amount is going to be yet, but it is not included in our projections so far. So right now, we do not have a bonus, but we do have included in our projections the 5% increase primarily for our pay performance and step plans.
Madam Mayor, I had a quick question. Was it your vision to include part-time employees as well? Just full-time employees?
Ooh, that's a good one. I was thinking employees. I did not break it out whether part-time or full-time. Something.
I think the staff, just, put a round number in because it would be filled the positions. So, I think you used 2,500, is that what you're on use? So it's probably more at this point, a combination, but it's just an estimate.
So is it looking at both, like full import and not separate?
So the amount would have to be determined at the time as to how many employees we have. If you included part-time, we do have part-time employees that are with us year round, but it would only be people who will be working at the time the bonus is provided. And probably our part-time staff is lowest in December, much lower than it would be, some at other times where we might have seasonal employees.
All right, ready to move on to 3, mentoring and collaboration pilot program. Questions or curiosity?
No, two, we didn't do two. We did two?
Just
yeah,
did
we
two.
did, yeah.
Number 3. Questions or curiosity?
Did we vote on two?
We're not
it's
going to revote, we're just gonna take notes so that your budget team can work with these.
Okay.
Can I say,
John, would you?
No, I just think there's a confusion because the first one did appear to be re-voted on.
yeah,
And
Oh, I didn't realize you changed it there. Apologies.
Yeah, cards went up, so that's why we changed it, but we can change it back.
we were just planning to not, because we just want to have all the questions discussed.
Okay.
We've already sort of made the gut reactions and now we're talking through items and then there will be.
what is there
further-
not? Excuse me, benefit, if there's consensus to move
Yeah,
something
yeah,
forward,
that's
is there
fine.
not?
That's fine with the first one, which is why we,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
we can keep that, but we're not gonna vote for the future ones to move them at this point. We're just gonna discuss. How will the city manager know that that's something that we've got someone in the back taking notes of everything that's being said?
Yes,
Is there
so
something-
there are notes being taken about these discussions, and that will be given to you all at the end of this conversation.
So we'll be rational from that voting again.
Do you want to vote?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, then let's vote.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Because I think that would help.
So green, number 1, move to green. Number 2, please vote. Please show your color.
Number 2 vote.
What we doing?
2.
We're doing number 2 as a vote. That's what we not okay. Okay, move to green.
Okay, real quick, again, we can lower this amount. Again, we have an office of youth, and I know we fund most of that office within the county. And I just know, like I said, from talking to people in the community, a lot of time, even for me, just trying to find out what were existing mentoring programs, what are each people doing? Some of them are not even doing what they were doing before, so parents can't really understand that. Like, so I want them to be able to have a one-time shop where they can call the city and be able to know, to be able to link their kids or their family to services to help them. And it doesn't have to be this amount, because it'll be a problem too.
Can I ask if you would be amenable for that to just occur from the Office on Youth?
I don't care where it goes.
So, yeah, my concern with this is that we have an Office on Youth and that they've set priorities that don't include this, and I don't think that we have another place in the city for this to live, and I think that we should continue to do our youth work through the Office on Youth according to like the plan that they set out. So I don't think this, while I appreciate this, mentoring services and think it's great, I don't think that it's the right time or space for the city to step in.
Yeah, I would concur. I think Councilmember Hyman is spot on in terms of our need to be more muscular and trumpeting this to our residents and citizens. I don't think it's a $230,000 problem. I think it's a directive to just be more robust and creative and letting go. But I think Councilmember Johnson's right that this should just remain with our Office of Youth, with directive to be muscular about it.
We're ready to go to categorization. Okay, which one? You have another?
If we turn it to 0, I think it becomes green. If we turn it to 0,
It
everybody
did.
agrees.
Oh, you just turned it to 0, okay.
Yeah, 0, and then it just happens to the Office on Youth.
We're gonna show the colors and see where you all land. Okay.
Well, what did we do? I would keep the number up. I don't, yeah, do you have a copy on your page?
So one of the things that, and I'm not, this is a conversation with the council, but if there's no resources that are applied to something, then that essentially means, I do understand, making something more, amplifying it or those kinds of things, but we would have to have an opportunity to evaluate how we actually do that with no additional resources. So if there are not to be any additional resources and we just make it 0 but turn it green, that's kind of a different thing than leaving the directive there with 0. So it either need to be red, or we would just have heard the direction from council about how we amplify mentoring or how we better, kind of collaborate with mentoring agencies. But I just wouldn't want it to be confusing.
We heard the directive.
Right. So then I think what we could do is
We can, if we want to just provide a directive, that can be something we vote on, or if you want to keep the number up and vote on that. Those are sort of the 2 options, I would say.
I mean, I think it could be done for lower money, but keeping it in the Office of Youth and
Directive.
I think if it's a directive, I don't think it has any, I think for purposes of this exercise, it either has budgetary impact or it doesn't. It doesn't have any budgetary impact, but the staff has heard our wishes that we pursue being more local in terms of mentoring. So for me, there's no budgetary impact, so it's great.
Okay.
For this exercise, that doesn't speak to its importance. It is for this exercise, that it's not going to impact the budget.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to say, I didn't intend to communicate that I think that staff should change their direction or their work to incorporate more focus on mentoring. I don't want to give that directive to staff. I want them to do their work the way they're doing it. Which I think is good. I think this is also I don't think there's a place for it right now, though, in what the Office on Youth is currently doing. That's not their model. Their model is really led, youth directed. It's not focused on like adult organizations that mentor youth. And I like their current model.
Yeah, Councilmember Hyman, are you looking to establish funding to support the mentoring groups that are already doing the work, or are you looking to create an initiative within the city that would sort of model or duplicate what's been done.
No, I kind of would want it, like I said, if somebody calls the office on you, and they are looking for some services for their kids, that we can be able to give that information to them. Like I said, for me, even just to find what mentoring programs are here, what ones are really being, are still existing, it was crazy. They're saying that we have 1,000 mentoring programs in the city, but that's not true. So I just want us to be able to have more of a concrete, where people are looking for services, they can call and they can speak to someone to be able to direct them, to link them to the already existing mentoring program.
This is information.
Get information, connection. I know they do it in Charlotte, but they do it with a not-for-profit standpoint. The not-for-profit does it in coordination with the city.
I think that, and to Councilmember Johnson's point, the mission of the Office of Youth is well defined, but with respect to the last part of your language, Councilmember Hyman, the possibility of enhancing and safer communities, I'm sorry, wrong thing, reading the wrong thing. To obtain updated information regarding access to youth mentoring services. If it's just as simple as calling the Office of Youth and they can say, hey, this is the list of youth mentoring in the city, I don't think that would do violence to their core mission. If it's just even having a list in the office of what it is.
An updated one that citizens can.
And there's no budget impact with that. I don't think it would do violence to the mission of the Office of Youth. We just gave them a list of mentoring organizations, say, hey, let folk know that this exists.
So but somebody on the staff would be able, and I think that's a Herculean situation to do, because I've talked to the Office of Youth and it's like they started doing it, but they don't have the staff to really continue to keep that up. But I do know when I'm in the community, they're like, well, is this program exist? Or is this program not? And I understand the county doesn't, but we have kids in the city too that are dying every day that also need to be linked to services. So it doesn't have to be this amount of money, but I want us to be able to, if we have the Office of Youth, I understand their mission, but when you think about the Office of Youth, you're thinking about, okay, I can call the Office of Youth and I can find out information about how I can link my child to whatever services too.
So what I think I'm hearing from the council and from the manager is that if there is a need for additional work, there will be a budgetary impact. And so to staff because of the capacity issue. So and I think that's also, you're sort of acknowledging that as well. So I think maybe as a group, we can decide if you want this to vote on this as an item that has budgetary impact, if you want.
It may have staff workload impact. It does not necessarily apply budgetary impact. We don't pay them more for doing that. I mean, it could very well affect the workflow, but it may not have. Maybe it should if they're doing more work, but that doesn't necessarily imply budgetary impact. Colleagues, I did want to say, with the mayor's permission, we might want to possibly consider a special meeting just dedicated to our ask as we're approaching 4 p.m. and we've done that is precedented in council practice. We have in the past done a meeting just dedicated to council ask to hash these things out. So with her honor's permission, I'm putting that out to you as we're approaching 4 p.m. The motion being ordered?
Exactly.
Or is this or unanimous consent?
Yes.
No objection.
Okay, thank you, ladies. We started a great process, but I'm going to turn it back over to our service director. I think we are ready to pause right now, and I think we can have some further discussions of another meeting.
So, thank you, Elena and Hilary, and all, of course, I think everyone understands the caveat here is we may not have the opportunity to have these facilitators to conduct that discussion, but you will the hour is at hand, and I was scrambling for other outs, and you provided one, so thank you very much. I think that was valuable. I think that was productive. I think there's some discussion, particularly around the ending items, the large ticket items, sort of asked, we'd like more information on that. I think administratively, it's It's the same, we would like more information on that. We're not really sure either. So if someone would ask me, where is this project in the CIP plan? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if the answer is it's not, or departments have scoped it, or I don't know where it is. So with those ones, what I'd say is, I don't know if it has an FY24 impact. That does not mean we cannot begin to do the work around those projects. That's all I would say. And I think everyone understands that. I'm going to turn it over to City Manager Page for any closing remarks. So we can adjourn for the day and return tomorrow morning.
Everybody's still smiling, that's good. It's been a long day, it's been a good day, and again, I say thank you. I thank you to staff, thank you to council, for helping us, kick off this budget, retreat cycle. So after, presenting our financial projections, the budget outlook, recruitment and retention challenges, our equitable and green infrastructure update, capital improvement proposals, a debt model, and the beginning of a full discussion and prioritization of city council budget requests. Day one of our retreat is coming to a close. We have highlighted how we have made some changes to the way we incorporate equity throughout the budgetary process, both our operating and our capital budgets. We are always hopeful that the topics that we choose, the real-time updates that we have selected, provide the very important information that you need to begin to provide budget guidelines to us that will move us closer, step by step, to a proposed budget for 2023, 2024. Again, I would like to thank staff here today who are experts, and they do this work as good as anyone and better than most. As you heard, we have a mix of new staff. A lot of our staff are new, or they might be new in the role that they currently have. We have significant vacancies and you've heard about that earlier today, but we still keep our operations going. We still serve our customers at very high levels. These staff members in this room and others have worked hard to bring this information to you today, and I remain proud of each and every one of them. As well as our stakeholders in the community and others who joined us to hear these deliberations. The budget staff, they've been recording. You see all the computers over there, all of the questions, all of the insights, issues that we need to get additional information, do additional analysis on and follow up. As we prepare to close, I think you will agree that we have a lot of work to do, but we can do it. As we have discussed here today, we need to continue to refine, prioritize many new funding requests, continue to evaluate how we effectively fund what we already do day to day, and then our citizens rely on us and our residents rely on us to continue. We will continue to engage you, our elected officials, our residents, and our other stakeholders, and prepare this additional information to inform your decision making as we move closer to a budget recommendation in May. Thank you.
Early, yeah. Not sick.